Very good morning to one and all. I am Dr. Lavanya, Assistant Professor, School of Management Studies Department, co in charge Academic Examinations and CBI. I am Dr. Sumit Kisavel, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, and co in charge of Academic and Examination Studies. Dear distinguished guests, respected dignitaries, faculty members, and participants. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you to the inaugural function of National Workshop on Enhancing Quality, Integrity, and Excellence in Examination, Assessment, and Evaluation System organized by the CBIT. Today's workshop that is designed to promote meaningful discussions and contemplative learning in the chosen domain. We are deeply honored in the presence of eminent guests, dignitaries, and participants who have graciously accepted our invitation to be part of this significant occasion. Now it is the time to formally invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dance. To commence today's inaugural proceedings, we are delighted to invite our beloved principal, Professor C.V. Lakshmana Garu, onto the dais. I request Srimati Lalitama ma'am to present something for our principal, sir. It is my privilege to invite our distinguished chief guest, Senior Professor N. Kumar Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Usmania University. I request Srimati Vidya Rani to welcome our chief guest to the assembly. I am honored to invite our guest of honor, Dr. David Sudham Garu, Registrar, University of Hyderabad, onto the dais. I request Srimati Jeevani ma'am to welcome our chief guest with a sapling. May I now request the co-convener of the workshop, Professor K. Krishnaveni Madam, Vice Principal, Academics and Controller of Examinations, to come on the dance. May I now request convener for this workshop, Professor Suresh Kapoor Sir, Director, AEC and COE CBIT, to come on to the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome our distinguished dignitaries with a huge round of applause. To mark the auspicious beginning of this epic gathering, we now proceed with the ceremonial lighting of the lamp, which symbolizes the moon of darkness, knowledge, and wisdom. It signifies our commitment to enlightenment, truth, and intellectual growth. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to kindly light the ceremonial lamp and inaugurate the workshop.
State cutting circuit. The voice. I start. Into that.
Thank you, respected dignitaries. The radiance, the lamp reminds us the knowledge that illuminates minds and transforms societies. Every meaningful beginning is strengthened by divine blessings. Let us now invoke the blessings of the Almighty. May I request everyone kindly rise. I request Srimati Ratnakar to come forward for the invocation song. एकदन्ता गजानना अनेकदन्ता विज्ञानना एकदन्ता गजानना अनेकदन्ता विज्ञानना पाहि पाहि गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना पाहि पाहि गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना मूषिकवाहन गजानना मोदकहस्ता गजानना मूषिकवाहन गजानना मोदकहस्ता गजानना पाहि गजानना पार्वती गजानना पाहि पाहि गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना पार्वती नंदन गजानना. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for this wonderful presentation. Listening and watching the atmosphere.
ఎట్లా
This participants
తొక్కొచ్చున్నారు ఊరెళ్ళి ఏమంటారు
Accumulate academic leader and the second national best award in the year 2024 from ISTE with a captain of SP University, Tirupati, a postgraduate from NIT Calicut, and a doctorate from JNTU, Kakinada. He brings over 30 years of experience in higher education, including 22 years in academic leadership. He also serves as director of SCIC CBIT supported back in NDIO. Sir has made significant academic contributions through 66 research publications, 8 papers, a specialized textbook, and the guidance of 4 PhD scholars. He is a member of Academic Senate, Osmania University, a lab assessor, and a member of Telangana State USEM Examination and Admission Committees, a member of governing bodies and academic councils of various accredited institutions. Under his leadership, CBIT has secured over 4.5 crores in research and consultancy funding and earned extension of economic status for 10 years, achieved NDA accreditation for 30 programs, attended 4-star IIC rating, and received national recognition through unveiling of a CBIT fabricated chip along with the Osmania University by Honorable Prime Minister at Summicon India 2025. The institute has also recorded its highest ever placement package of ₹59.9 lakhs per annum. A senior member of IEEE, life fellow of ITE, and recipient of CSR Best Engineering Emerging Fields Award 2025, Sir is widely respected for his visionary leadership and commitment to academic excellence, innovation, and institutional growth. May I now invite Professor C. Narasimha sir to deliver the welcome address for this workshop.
Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to this workshop. Series Guest of honor, Dr. Devesh Nigam, Vista, Directors, associate doctors, participants, investigators, researchers, developers, faculty members, parts. Once again, I think that these attributes to the education. I like to see two. DPE first participant needs as the one which is nationally recognized. DPE began its journey in 1979 with the three undergraduate programs in the for the past 27 years. It has evolved into one of the leading serving more than 8,000 students across diverse segments. It currently demonstrates that it is one with a total annual intake of 1998. Vibrant, supported by 379 faculty members and 80% of persons PhD education and 2% of the CBT government ASCT and updated Usman University recognized under 2 country of the UGC Act, accredited by NAC in the evening. 14 eligible managers and previous accredited by the CBT has secured a position in the 151 ranking consistently, celebrating its company excellence in the institutional quality. CBT has established a strong research ecosystem with 5,000 single site reports, 209 patents published, its intelligence growth in over 60,000 papers. The institution successfully developed a one-company long-term research and consulting process to work of 16.5 crores, funded by the premier agencies such as DSP, DRDO, SME, UCC, Medicaid, and ICC. CBT is a leading institution in the prestigious 85 crore DSP started project coordinated by IIT Hyderabad, strengthens national research footprints. CBT has consistently gained national recognition for innovation, entrepreneurship, with the post-ADC. CBT has forged strong industry partnerships through centers of excellence in advanced laboratories, establishing in collaboration with the Exima, Cognizant, Reliance Technologies, and the ISRO. CBT is by a distinguished global alumni network of over 35,000 professionals serving in leadership positions across industry, government, research, and entrepreneurship. CBT takes pride in this establishing the world's first Upper Community Innovation Center, EC, CBT, and DPRO, a grant of 4.5 crores, providing a strong platform for nurturing innovators, entrepreneurs, startups, and technology-driven solutions for societal change. CBT takes pride in its contribution to the development of semiconductor chip in collaboration with Osmania University, which was led by the Honorable Minister of India in September 2025, reflecting the institution's commitment to research, technological self-reliance, and national development. CBT by nearly 60 student clubs in the professional facility that activate innovation, leadership, entrepreneurship, and the student services, initiating the holistic development of every student. CBT library and the information center is a premier knowledge resource hub housing over 1.2 lakh libraries, more than 60,000 ebooks, 5,000 plus e-journals, and leading a global database including IPTs, Sweden, Science Direct, ASME, and the ASCE, supporting advanced learning and research. CBT is committed to holistic student development through its dedicated sports block, modern fitness facilities, and numerous opportunities for participating in cultural, technical, leadership, innovation, and the community services activities. On behalf of the entire CBT, I extend my best wishes for the fruitful generations and they are highly successful workshop done on presence and the introduction. Before I conclude, I wish to place on record our profound gratitude to the chief guest, Esther Prado and distinguished research persons for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing their valuable time, wisdom, and experience with us. The others have elevated the stage of this event and inspired all of us. My appreciation to the British who are becoming the team for the dedication efforts, planning and commitment in introducing this different workshops on enhancing quality, integrity, and excellence in examination, assessment, and the evaluation system meeting in Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome and for your brief introduction about seniority MC. Your words have set the
సౌండ్
tone
బెంచ్
for
స్పీకర్ సౌండ్ బెంచ్ ఇక్కడ నీకు వినపడుతుంది ఎందుకు లేదు
I'm honored to introduce Professor A. Vishwani Madam, Vice Principal, Control of Examinations and Co-Convener of the workshop. Madam has obtained a BTech from Nagarjuna University, MS from BITS Pilani, MTech from JNTU Hyderabad, and a PhD in Electrical Engineering from JNTU. She is currently served as Vice Principal Academics, Control of Examinations, and Professor in the Department of EEE. She holds the distinction of being the first woman to serve as head of department, dealing with student progression, director academics, vice principal academics, and control of examination at the institution. With 45 years of teaching experience, including 25.5 years the research interest includes electronics, maths, and renewable energy applications. She has guided 6 PhD scholars, published over 45 papers, and 5 co-papers. She has organized several workshops and conferences, received AICT funding, and served as a reviewer for international journals. She is a member of Institution of Engineers, a former IEEE member, and a recipient of several prestigious awards. I request Madam to address the gathering.
Dr. David Shubin, registered University of Hyderabad, registered manager to this country. Mr. Shashikant Dev, control of examination policy. Other resource persons, faculty members, yes, on the balance and off the balance. Then principal, director, AIC and secretary, participants. Very good morning to you. I just want to begin my talk quoting that every participant sitting here are basically a teacher. From the teacher, many of them every it is the experience from the classroom that shapes their leadership today. As a teacher, if we perform our job in a very correct manner, all other things will be said. This is my experience also. To elaborate this, I'll just try to take 3 to 4 minutes, and in 4 points, I will sorry. The first one, enhancing quality through meaningful assessment, which is a key adjective or a key point of our today's workshop. Teachers must design assessments that are aligned with learning outcomes and test not only the knowledge but also application, analysis, problem solving abilities. For example, replacing theory with fixed questions with case studies. We experimented this at CBIT. We are successful to some extent. I can't say that 100% we have implemented it, but we tried. We are successful. Instead of simply collecting some questions and giving it as an entire class assignment, The first thing is group assignments can be given. Every 3 members, group or 10 members, group or 5 members, group, based on the type of the course which you are teaching. So the second one, achieving excellence in continuous improvement. This is also the key adjective or keyword of the title of today's lecture. Of course, the resource persons may make it in a very elaborate manner, but I just want to share my thoughts with you all. Excellence is achieved when teachers continuously refine their assessment methods. In this how there might be teachers with more than 20 years experience, 15 years experience and all. They might have taught one course for a long period like 10 to 15 years also because it's such an important subject and such a complex in the manner. Instead of giving the same assignments year on year, if a teacher can add some novelty to the assignment in asking questions and expecting again the solutions from the teachers, because complex engineering problem solutions is one of the key aspects in any of the inspections, either in the NAC or LP or any inspection for that matter. So they have to go on add novelty to the assignment. The same set of questions repeatedly to give their seniors might help them to give in a copy of PDF of a previous solution. That doesn't matter. I think is studying out of that. So teacher has to work on this with due respect to all the teachers. You might be already working on this, but I'm sharing my thoughts and my experience with you all. So provide constructive feedback also. Where it went from. We might get some doubts sometimes. 60 class, 72 members class. Is it really possible to give a constructive feedback and all? But teachers have to spend extra time for this one. They have to spend the time clearly observing the patterns. If you observe a class, there might be some 10 patterns of solutions from the students in a class. That means they not in groups already, maybe with their mates or with their mates or whatever it is. So if you can identify that and if you can suggest them that they should have been done in this way instead of this, obviously they improve. Instead of simply take mark and giving the marks, maybe 4 out of 5 or 8 out of 10. Third component, a third keyword is upholding integrity through the ethical practices. Very important. Teachers are the caretakers or custodians of fairness and transparency in examinations, maintaining confidentiality of the question papers. Very important. Ensuring unbiased evaluation and addressing malpractice impartially are essential to preserving the trust in the system. Already, all the colleges or universities, autonomous colleges must have established some system, some procedures. We must stick to that. We cannot deviate from that one as long as certain examinations like SCE and all considered. Certain other facility or flexibility is given to the teachers, maybe for 10 marks and 20 marks, where we can experiment, really experiment with different patterns and different models and all. But at the same time, we cannot experiment by, at the cost of all the parameters, what I said. Last, fourth one, but not the least. Strengthening examination, assessment, and evaluation systems. Certain do's and don'ts every teacher must have in their mind before taking up this job. Setting paper and evaluation and assessing a student and all. When it comes to the do's, follow academic regulations, examination procedures, and institutional policies meticulously. We cannot be liberal in this and we cannot experiment on this. Certain guidelines what are given by the universities, autonomous colleges, and for that matter, every institute has its own procedures and all in line with the affiliating university and ACT norms and UGC norms and all. That we have to follow it strictly. Participate actively in question paper setting, moderating, scrutiny, and result institution. What is happening is maybe with the administrative code or whatever other rules, we avoid question paper setting. Even when somebody else requested to set as a question paper in our own institute or other institute. But unless and until we participate in this, we really don't know what is the latest method of asking this thing and how do we fulfill the requirement of the OB. Like way of questioning is also very, very important these days. Many inspections we have seen, to some extent we satisfy them. But some 10-15%. They'll be disappointed with the way of questioning also they. When the limit also this subject is of this type. Avoid such things and it comes of the movie concepts and all. We should set the perspective, irrespective of your position and irrespective of your other responsibilities and all. Then only it will come in a very beautiful manner and system will be in place. Next, make accurate precursor attendance, assessment, marks and student performance. This states about the status of the institute. We can experiment on this again. Address student grievances promptly, faithfully, and transparently. With one word, it is like that only, yes, you follow the solution at all. We cannot deny their grievance. We have to address their grievance and use technology and digital tools responsibly. I'm stressing on this word, responsibility to improve the efficiency and accuracy. We can use AI tool. For that matter, today I've given my promise to avoid the speech of the many. But at the same time, what we want to say, what we want to discuss with you all must be very clear in our mind. Then only we can make use of the tool. Simply we cannot rely on the tool. We have to ask so many questions that cannot be useful. Then, do not show every bias or inconsistency in system integrity. Do not delay submission of marks. I highlighted in my speech and I kept in bold. Do not delay submission of marks, evaluation reports, or examination related responsibility. Because the conduct of system at time. Do not ignore errors, student grievances in examination. Do not compromise on confidentiality, ethics, standards, or issues. I want to. A strong examination system is built when teachers are not mere evaluators, but responsible custodians of quality and integrity, accountability, and continuous improvement on which today's workshop is focused. Thank you so much for your patience. So, these takeaways will help you in the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam, for the insightful remarks and emphasizing the academic importance of this workshop. Inviting Professor Suresh Babu, sir, Director AEC and COE, and convener for this workshop to share the objectives of this workshop.
Good morning. Respected Sri Professor Jim Kumar Yadav, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Inspired City, Chief Guest of today's function, esteemed Devesh Nihil, this is Mr. of today's function, Honorable Professor K. Sri and Principal and the Control of Examination University, or eminent principal for the serious Professor Usman Madam, Vice Principal, Assembly, speakers, supervisors, directors, associate, assistant directors, of departments, librarian and faculty members, and the esteemed participants. Very good morning to all of you. On behalf of the academic examination, I warmly welcome all the dignitaries, business presidents, and participants. It's a privilege to present the exhibit review. I roll in this national workshop on enhancing quality, integrity, and excellence in examination, assessment, and evaluation systems. The objective of this workshop is to elaborate on emerging trends, challenges, and innovations in examination and evaluation systems with a focus on quality, transparency, efficiency, and academic integrity. As institutions embrace outcome-based education, digital transformation, non-governance, judicial education policy, there is a growing need to strengthen and modernize the assessment process. It gives me a great pleasure to review esteemed resource persons and outline the topics they will be delivering as a part of this workshop. Professor K. Shashikant, Professor and COE of OU, will speak on examination reviews, practices, and future generations. Dr. Devesh Nigam, Principal University of Hyderabad, will deliver a session on a paradigm shift on examination reforms in higher education institutions in India. Professor Kawani Prasad, Senior Professor, Department of CSC, and Director Academics and Planning will speak on enforcement of quality parameters in evaluation. Mr. Mustafa, the CEO of OMTEX, will discuss next generation assessment enhancing trust, quality, efficiency, AI. Mr. Srikanth Yellapegada, Chief Technical Officer, CAPEX, actually Private Limited, will address digital evaluation, standard operating procedures, advantages and challenges. So we are immensely happy and privileged to have with us Professor N. Kumar Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, a distinguished academician, visionary leader, and eminent educationist. He has rendered exceptional service in higher education through his unwavering commitment to academic excellence, research, innovation, and educational contributions. His esteemed presence and invaluable insights will undoubtedly enrich the deliberations and inspire all the participants. We are privileged to have Dr. Devesh Nigam Garu, Regional Professor of Hyderabad, as a guest of honor today's function, to share his valuable insights and his experience with us. I sincerely express gratitude to our management, Honorable President, Principal, for the support in organizing this workshop. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the participants for joining us today and contributing to the success of this program. I am confident that the deliberations today will generate valuable insights and practical recommendations that will contribute significantly to strengthen the examination, assessment, and evaluation systems of higher education institutions. I once again welcome you all and wish you a highly informative, engaging, and practical workshop. Thank you, Honor.
Amay to mat. Ma'am, amay kitchen.
Thank you, sir. We now have the privilege of introducing our chief guest, Senior Professor Kumar Garu, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, Hyderabad. Professor N. Kumar Garu is a highly established academic and researcher in civil engineering with a career that spans over 29 years. He earned his bachelor degrees from OU, master's from JNTU, doctorate from IIT Bombay. Currently serves as Senior Professor of Civil Engineering at University College of Engineering, Osmania University, where he has made a substantial contributions to both teaching and research. Sir has authored over 100 research papers published in international and national journals and conferences. He has supervised more than 90 MA dissertations and several PhD theses. His exemplary work has earned him several awards, including the Best Teacher Award, State Award from Government of Telangana in 2018, the Engineer of the Year 2018 Award from Institute of Engineers India and Government of Telangana, and Vishweshwaraya Best Faculty Award by the Smart Influence Trustee of India in 2019. He was also recognized for his outstanding papers at national and international levels in the years 2010 and 2014. Sir has held numerous significant administrative roles at Osmania University, like convener of TS UGSET for 2019 and 20, additional controller of examinations, chairman of Board of Studies Civil Engineering, Director of Evaluation and Infrastructure at OFCE, Director of Infrastructure, Head Civil Engineering Department, Vice Principal, Director National Center for Urban and Environmental Studies. He is a life member of several research and technical organizations such as FILE, IRC, IoT, etc. Sir, as a controller of examinations at Osmania University, initiated numerous digital reforms and examinations to modernize the processes in conjunction with the university's centenary celebrations. As principal of the prestigious University College of Engineering from 2018 to 21, spearheaded technological reforms, including the automation of college operations, and was instrumental in NBA accreditation of UG and PG programs. The government of Telangana appointed him as a member of executive committee of the CEO of Osmania University. He played a pivotal role in establishing heavy transportation engineering program at University College of Engineering, Osmania University. Sir, international experience includes presenting research in various global cities and delivering keynote lectures and session chairs at numerous
national and international platform. He is an active member of several esteemed technical and research organizations and has participated in leadership and capacity building training at institutions such as ISB, IIMs, HCU, Madras University. Sir has assumed charge as 26th Vice Chancellor of Spania University on 19th October 2024. He has deep commitment for taking his alma mater to your heights of glory in the years to come. Sir, I now request you to please give your valuable testimonies.
Ma'am.
Very good morning. Dear participants. Congratulations. AMG. Such a wonderful. For the sake of stakeholders and in the interest of the students and society. As earlier speakers spoke about various aspects related to this workshop,
Sound వస్తుంది.
the various topics.
దాంతో ఆ మైక్ తీసుకుంటే మైక్ ఫాలో సార్.
Really,
ఆ మైక్ లావణి మేడం దగ్గర ఇచ్చేస్తాం.
and today
ఇచ్చేస్తే వినిపించట్లే అట్లా.
is the digital world of digital transformation is just taking place. At a rapid pace. We need to catch up all these digital technologies and ultimately student centric. Coming to the examinations is a very like huge and large subject. Lot of brainstorming is required, not one day. First of all, policy level, some kind of brainstorming required, then implementation. So workshops, seminars, symposiums, very frequently conducted, not only one institution, across all the institutions. This is very important. If you look at the objective examination pattern and subjective examination pattern is totally different. In the objective examination process, the 100% accuracy, we always like to follow. If you look at the JEE entrance examination, mains and advanced, and mains almost 14 lakh students appearing, but without single discrepancy, every stakeholder is happy, every student is very happy, every parent is very happy. 100% transparency is there, and faith is there, trust is there, everything is there. Why? Because this is a very meticulous, and the examination pattern is accepted to everyone. And coming to the another examination, NEET examination, is also similar. 25 lakhs students. Almost their effort, 16 to 17 years continuously. Each and every mark, even half mark, negative mark is so important. It's a very sensitive to the parents and the students. So that is why they conduct the examination in a very meticulous way. And 100% efficacy. There is no deviation, even 0.001%. But coming to the subjective, there is a lot of variation because the variation because of the faculty, the consistency level also not the same. Similar. If you take any class, computer science or civil engineering, mechanical engineering or MBA or arts, commerce, whatever, the faculty members, they enter into the system. So 10 to 15 members in each department, they are not consistent. Their behavior is not consistent. Their teaching is not consistent. Right? Their evaluation process is not consistent. Their passion towards the teaching and examination is not consistent. So why these discrepancies coming? Because there is no consistency because of the subject. Suppose if you take one student paper and give it to 10 examiners, I am sure consistency impossible. One examiner will give 40 marks, another examiner will give 35 marks, another examiner will give 30 marks, another examiner will give 50 marks. And how to overcome this bias? And which examiner is giving correct one? It's again $1,000 question. Is there any solution? I am asking all experts here. We are going to deliver this thing lecture and here experts from various CC. It's highly impossible. See, but relatively, which is best we can say. Let us say any two nearby. So this discrepancy, even for IIT faculty also will be there. Even for NIT faculty also will be there. You take even MIT faculty also will be there. So the reason is the faculty, they may not be serious. Few faculty may be serious, but few faculty may not be serious. And their valuation consistency levels also depends upon several aspects. For example, a day morning, if you start at 10 o'clock after taking breakfast and all, with pleasant mood, you will focus 100% for first 10 scripts. And the next 10 scripts will not be same. And the last 10 scripts will not be same. Within a person, within the faculty, right? Same like the class or same class, there is some kind of discrepancy. Even when we sit in the interview board, interview 10 to 20 candidates, first to 10 candidates definitely will do lot of the seriousness. Seriousness will be 100%. But gradually our seriousness will decrease with respect to time. Is it correct or not? So this is a common because the freshness, the activation of the mind, the fatigue levels totally different analyze. But because of work pressure, because of classroom, classes, and research, and other commitments, domestic commitments, everyone will rush in the morning, want to reach the college by 10:30 because of so many pressures. You have to satisfy at your domestic level, you have to satisfy your institution level, class level, and everywhere. We cannot avoid all these things. So, we think that passion, you have to make passion, no doubt there is no other option. Because the students, they always bother about even single mark also. That sensitivity is there. Parents are very curious. Parents are very serious and curious. The student, today, they see 15 years, 18 years, effort. They are very sensitive even for 1 mark. When you understand that sensitiveness, obviously, the consistency levels definitely will expect. It's a behavioral change. This is very, very important. So, this kind of workshop definitely be useful. But each and every faculty members, before entering into this, a highly professional, what you call side profession, this is a teaching profession, highly respected professions. The expectations of the stakeholders very, very, very high. So, with the passion, with the interest, with the dedication, with the commitment, with the sacrifice, all these things very, very possible. How many faculty members are really following all these things? It's a $1,000 question again. So we introduced so many things, outcome-based education system and the Bloom's taxonomy. I know many students, they simply formulate the question, what is this, what is that, how is this, how is this? Only such kind of questions in the entire question paper. There is no creativity, there is no innovation, there is no logic, there is no scientific way of asking questions. First of all, the question paper preparation itself is a very toughest to the faculty as well as it should give a real kind of feel to the students. An enthusiastic student will expect an excellent question paper. But what we are today we are doing, we are asking to AI to prepare the question paper. You are teaching, you are asking question paper, from AI. Really AI will give as per your expectations. AI is a database. But we are claiming that AI is superior. AI will help, no doubt. I am not criticizing AI. But human intervention, professional intervention also very, very, very essential. This fact one should understand. So teacher must have passion. He should understand. See, he is teaching something, I am teaching something. It's totally irrelevant. And many teachers, they not only teach outdated subjects, whatever they know they teach. And they are not even ready to transform. This is a ground level problem. We modify syllabus, chairman, board of studies, we call industry person, we call that person, this person. We do lot of hangama, we frame excellent alpha with MIT. But who is teaching? That's substantial. You know, the syllabus is excellent, no doubt. But the faculty is not excellent not to teach that. That is the gap. But who is going to fill that gap? For NAT purpose, academic purpose, other purpose, we have excellent things on paper. But ground level reality is totally different. This is seriously not what should like you think. Each and every faculty, because the sensitivity, the real contribution, all depends on these things, right? And outcome based education. How many faculty members they set the question paper according to the true intentions of this Bloom's taxonomy? Hardly 10 to 20%. People call on platforms also, they never do. That's the problem. Only for talking points. But the implementation, execution is almost, zero. This is a fact. And attainments, the course objectives, the course outcomes we are drawing. Even till today, 90% they have the courses. The course objectives, they not defined properly. The course outcomes, they not defined properly. Even the faculty won't understand how to frame the course objectives. Majority. This is only because AICTE, they implemented this rule, UGC implemented this rule, therefore we have to put as a formality, okay, course objectives, course outcomes, course this thing, okay, everything is there according to the prescribed by the UGC, AICTE or some other agency for getting something. But what is the true intention of introducing those things? Very few people understand, because why they are not understanding means they do not have passion. That's the problem. So everything will come, through passion. There are so many challenges in front of us. No doubt, it's a big subject. One day workshop may not be sufficient because before that, policy, some brainstorming with all experienced intellectuals. There should be some roundtable discussion. It's not for formality wise again. So real outcomes, the real like things, whatever required to the society, stakeholders, institutions, universities, higher education system. This is very, very, very important. These parties we are missing. And challenges point of view, we are, many challenges. Large scale examinations. Usmania University, 4 lakh students studying, 180 plus programs, 739 colleges are there, affiliated colleges, and campus colleges and all. So 180 subjects conducting examination at Usmania City is a tedious task, no doubt in it. Then human intervention everywhere is there. And you cannot completely make automation. The biggest challenge, human intervention, customized things also very much required at some places. Fortunately, we made certain things. Because system is today running successfully, we introduced so many, wherever like automation is required, there we have done. Wherever automation is not required, still we are maintaining in a manual process. It's a totally customized one. We cannot replace 100% with AI. And today morning, 2,000 students, they came with some AI brochure. And discussion started. Yeah, Professor. Salman Abdul Moiz, he just immediately responded to this. And we have so many questions in front of us. The real intention of the students, see, students also from diversified backgrounds. People will come from Telugu medium, people will come rural background, urban background. So many variety of students. In the class 60 members, 60 students will write in a different way. I think AI, we have to train the AI for longer time to understand their feelings, their intentions. But faculty definitely mature and the consistent faculty definitely will understand whatever the student presented on the paper in a meticulous manner. And some students, they are good in oral, they may not be good at writing. And some people, they just half of points only they write. But all those things who will understand? AI will understand. And this is also very, very, serious kind of, we are talking about AI, AI will take care of everything. And days I said digital transformation, definitely wherever some kind of, the possibility is there to simplify the things, there you have to put our efforts. As I said, every one mark is so important, and today people talking about marks are not important. And skill is important, quality is important. But there is a relationship. We cannot expect 90%. See, 40% of student having 100% skill. There is some kind of relationship is there, no doubt in it. And some companies are asking minimum 1.5 CG only, they are eligible. And there are other issues also, even in examination also, these gradings and marks and all these things again, relative grading and general grading, lot of controversy is there. For example, IITs are there. IITs, they admit students, 60 members. And the class teachers are boss. Whatever teacher says, that is final. There is no argument, there is no further delay, there is no question, there is no democracy, there is no constitution, nothing. Teacher is the boss, teacher is ultimate. They have to accept whatever the grade they give. That is relative grading. Even let us say 90 marks scored a person and 85 marks scored a person, 70 marks scored a person. So 90 marks they will get A place or highest grade. Even 85 students will get the B. Even 80 marks they will get C. Even 75 marks D. Means equality at 4.0 and 5.0, 6.0. It's a relative grading to that particular class only. We cannot compare such kind of students with the CBIT, Vasali, otherwise in Usmania University, JNTU. That's a total compared with Central University. Central University you take their relative grading system. NIT take NIT, Central Universities and IITs and IIITs. Their pattern of examination is totally different. Only faculty member will conduct and they evaluate continuous evaluation process. Based on that, they will just assign it. It doesn't mean that 66 CGPA means he is not a poor candidate. In that class, his place is somewhere. But he cannot be comparable across the country. Degrees given by the 8.5 CGA by Usmania University, 9 CGPA by the JNTU, and some Delhi University 9.5. That is not equivalent. I won't agree. I am ready to debate on this issue on any platform across the country. And here, general, see, other than relative grading, absolute grading. The student getting 90% to 100. Some grade, 80 to 90, some grade. How can the UPSC examination, they are asking CGPA, let us say minimum 6.5. They are equalizing IIT, NIT, universities and all. Is it the correct one, first of all, logically, scientifically, any point of view? Within our system only, there are so many variations. So these are all challenges, no doubt in it. And academic integrity concerns also there. Outcome-based education requirements are totally defined, but nobody following. There is a gap, huge gap. So these challenges normally we have to address. And the continuous internal evaluation. We recently, myself, Shashikant and all, first from the beginning onwards, we have a lot of likely theories. So CBIT is one of the premier institutions. Luckily affiliated to Usmania University. No doubt, they have very good, great team because they are serving the society since last 47 years. And they make so many engineers in the world. I appreciate this is some kind of service. But today's scenario, in the name of autonomous, not CBIT, in general I'm talking. Don't take it as this college. If you assess their internal marks, we assess them. Under Usmania University, all colleges we assess it from the beginning. See, the fairness, you no need to test each and every sample. If you draw the normal distribution curve, how in class 60, how the students getting marks, internal marks and external marks and assignment marks. If it is follows truly normal distribution, that is a fair evaluation. Simple simple with one, this answer. We can say that the evaluation process is excellent, fair, faculty also fair, students also fair, management also fair. But when it is not following normal distribution, See, obviously there is some compromise. Something is going on. No doubt in it. On this issue also, I am ready to deflect on any platform. Okay. And one of the quote in South African University, they mentioned very clearly. See, what is the quality? What is the progress? And the nation building, all these things will be useful for the nation building, right? The quality education, skill-based education, and any useful education, useful for the nation building. And on their university walls, very big caption they give. Destroying any nation does not require these atom bombs, right? Atom bombs are long, range missiles. It only requires simply lowering the quality of education, avoiding cheating in examination by students and faculty. See, why actually earlier students only there, why adding faculty also? There are few faculty, they are also doing cheating. Improper valuation also cheating. Improper teaching also cheating. Indiscipline also cheating. First of all, each and every faculty, they have to maintain self-imposed discipline. This is very, very important. Before entering into this teaching field, one should have 100% self-imposed discipline. 10 o'clock class means 10 o'clock supposed to be there at class. That is the discipline. You have to complete your valuation. Many faculty always feel doing evaluation is shy. And doing valuation is shy. Those are part of our job. They are not shy. You have to feel proud. You got opportunity to do the evaluation. You are contributing a lot. You are contributing in the process of nation building. It's a privilege. Attending duties on time, it's a privilege. You are not doing any favor to the institution. You are fulfilling your job. So when this self-imposed discipline follows by faculty, obviously students also will follow. But when the faculty not follows, how can we expect from the students? It's a $1,000 question again. So when you follow this self-imposed discipline, everything will set. Your class, your research. Our people, what they are doing, unfortunately, they are asking you kindly put my name at the last in your paper. You do the research and you put my name. They are requesting, they are begging. Somebody is doing research, somebody is doing some kind of patenting. They are begging, and they are, with their help, they are always claiming that I have so many citations. I have so many patents. This is not the way. That is like the ethical, the value-based system also very, very important. You claim your things only. You don't take, you don't borrow, don't beg from others. So when the faculty follow all these things, obviously, this examination, this outcome-based education system, everything will set. So faculty should grow. They should grow in this field. Once they grow to this level, they will easily understand what is happening. So when they not grow, they expect so many things. That's the problem. You have to grow from your present position to next position, so that everything is visible. What is happening in this world, this education ecosystem. That is a drawback. So actually, for another meeting, because I need at least 1.5 hours, I can talk on several issues, but busy schedules are there today, even people also there. So kindly excuse me. Really, I appreciate, but my intention is only like, some kind of substantial outcomes, some learning, some delta X change should be there before and after. But before that, the faculty ethically, right, this value-based system and self-imposed discipline, one should inculcate. So then only those changes and ready to transform. And many people, they don't want to transform because of their rigid mindset. So rigid mindset always gives negative results. So growth mindset be there. We should be able to transform at any point of time. We are talking about AI, but how many are really interested to learn AI? How many they use, ChatGPT? Seriously? This is again $1,000 question. So technology transformation, of course, we have to adopt the technology, we have to transform, we have to learn, lifelong learner. In fact, teachers, every day is a learning. Today I came here, right, to learn something, because when I see so many people, some learning. When I visit some place, some learning. It's a routine, but some learning will be there. Some uniqueness will be there. I feel each and every program, some learning. When you practice such kind of learning, you will be the master one day. Learning is a continuous process, but people think that I know everything. I am here. So when you think that I am here, this is a small gap. There is a scope only this much. So every day is a challenging in the present day world. We have to set our mind to learn. This is very, very important. We normally react for situations. Should not react. Just, maintain patience, learn. For reaction also, you have to wait for the time. When to react, how to react. These are all very important for any teacher. So with this, because I have another meeting, so thank you very much for your kind attention. I once again congratulate the PV for making such a wonderful thing. I hope you understand each mark how attributes the student's career and the institutional integrity and societal right contribution. So with this, we always think about the society, our main stakeholders, right? Institutional integrity very, very important, right? So thank you so much for this great opportunity to talk before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightening address, your visionary thoughts, valuable guidance, certainly inspire all the participants present here to strive for excellence.
As a token of gratitude and appreciation, may I now request our principal sir to state today's chief guest, Senior Professor M. Kupari. Our request of this kindly presented today's guest of honor, Dr. Devesh Tigamukar. Dear faculty, due to lack of time, there was no change in the schedule. Now we'll start with the next. It is now a privilege to introduce our esteemed guest of honor, Dr. Devesh Tigamukar, the Registrar, University of Hyderabad and Institution of Eminence. served as a accomplished higher education leader and distinguished university administrator with over 27 years of experience in academic governance, institutional management, finance, human resources, and policy implementation. Currently serving as the registrar of the University of Hyderabad, and he has also held several key leadership positions, including control of examinations, joint registrar, deputy registrar, and finance and accounts officer. Dr. Nigam sir holds a PhD in educational management from IIT Hyderabad and has made significant contributions to strengthening higher education governance and reforms in India. As registrar, Dr. Nigam has been entrusted with several prestigious national level assignments by UGC, serving on key committees related to CUET admissions, net reforms, under the National Education Policy 2021, and higher education recruitment and governance frameworks. He has also served on several expert committees of the UGC, playing a key role in advancing national higher education policy, admissions, and examination reforms. He is also a distinguished alumnus of the UGC United Kingdom Indian Education and Research Initiative Higher Education Leadership Development Program, which he completed with distinction. His notable achievements are faculty and staff recruitments and promotion initiatives, mentoring emerging universities and contributing to national higher education policy and institutional development. His excellence in educational leadership has been recognized through prestigious honors such as Education Leader in India 2024, 10 most admirable education leaders in India 2024, and the Excellence in Education Award 2020. His vision is to strengthen academic institutions through strategic leadership, innovation, transparency, and excellence in governance. And just to address the gathering. Proceed with the first question. There are equal questions.
Respected Senior Professor Kumar Modugaram, Vice Chancellor Upanya University, Professor C.D. Narsimlu, Principal CBE, Professor K. Krishnamurthy, Vice Principal Academics and Control of Examinations and Co-Convener of the workshop, Professor Suresh Babaji, Director AEC and Control of Examinations and Convener of the workshop, faculty members of CBIT, students, participants of this national workshop, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me congratulate CBIT on organizing this one-day national workshop. All the previous speakers have spoken about the challenges that we have before examination reform, examination conducting and all. I will talk about some thought-provoking ideas that why this is needed, but we should understand where is the problem. Now, suppose I give an example. All of us are students and we have to join a college. Now there are three colleges, A, B, C. College A, the pass mark is 50%. Attendance required is 80%. College B, pass mark is 35%. Attendance required is 60%. And college C, no pass mark, no attendance required. Right? So given the choice, I don't want to ask you to raise your hands, but I know that including myself, we all would have preferred to go to college C. Please start thinking. The whole perception starts from our mind. So we all happily would have joined college C, no pass mark and no attendance required. Now, just to tell you how the perception begins.
Now suppose those three colleges are there. Now you have to admit your son or daughter there. If you have to admit your son or daughter in any of the colleges, A, B, or C, undoubtedly everybody will go to A. Again, this is perception. We all have made up our mind that what is the pass mark. Before we join any institution, we want to know about the placements. We want to know about various other things before even entering the college. In India, we are the second biggest school education system in the world and third largest higher education system in the world. The problem is with the very 22.79 lakh students in NEET exam, 3.5 lakh students remains, 15.2 lakhs in CUET, Central University of Texas. These are new examples where such a large number of students are there. Talking about examination results, I divide it into two parts. One is academic examination reforms, when you are in a school, college, university, where you have to pass, get a degree, certificate, maybe with first division, with distinction, first division, second division, third division, maybe with relative grading, absolute grading, or whatever it may be, maybe with a letter grade, marks, CGPA, SGPA, 7-point scale, 10-point scale, or whatever it may be. This is one aspect. This we have to handle in 1168 universities, 35,500 colleges, 4.33 crore students in higher education. This second problem in examination reforms is for those examinations which are competitive examinations, either for recruitment or for admission to higher education, where the number of seats are limited. The whole competition is for getting that few hundreds of seats. For example, in NEET, out of 22.79 lakh students. Again, there is a problem of perception when somebody talks about open book examination. We all have a very rigid perception about open book examination. Probably is not a good kind of examination. This is a problem of perception. And all of the focus as a student and as teacher is on pass percentage. CBSE declares 99.9% students passed their 10th and 12th exam. In CBSE class 12th, 18 lakh students are here. So just imagine the numbers. We are concerned about rank, grading, letter grade, percentage, because everything revolves around that. And since childhood, probably when a child is 3 years old, the training starts for class 10, 12th, JEE, NEET, and various other examinations. What we miss in this whole process, both teachers and students, is sports. We forget sports, we neglect sports, physical education, leading to mental health issues, which become chronic problem later. All the education system in India is focused on how do we handle weak students. And in that process, we often focus too much on remedial classes, too much on extra classes to handle weak students, neglecting some section of brilliant students who are also there in the class. But because our number of students are so large, that our whole focus remains on these students. Then the problem in such a large number of students, universities, colleges, is how do we compare? So now Government of India under NEP 2020 has brought in ABC academic rank of credits and all. But again, the question remains, how do we compare? Across universities, across colleges, 1168 universities, 45,500 colleges. Imagine. Then in some colleges and universities, there is a concept called moderation. And in many, there is no such concept. In short, we all, faculty and teachers, students, prepare for only exams. Whole life, we only prepare for exams, not for life. Last, there are series of issues and challenges in higher education. Many were highlighted by Professor Kumar. One rampant problem in India is about cheating. Before I close, I want to close on a lighter note. So in one college in Bihar, Bihar is notorious, famous for cheating. So every time it was told, wait, what is? Then I will start. So the problem was that every student there gets first ID. So one external person was called from Delhi to conduct an exam and to prove that all students are good, college is good, management is good, administration is good, everybody is good. So the teacher who came from Delhi prepared 60 question papers for 60 students. 60 different question papers for 60 students. But the college was such a good college that all students answered the same answers. Teachers were happy. Management was happy. Administration was happy. Everybody was happy. Let us know that the expert from Delhi had prepared 60 different question papers for 60 students. That is our mindset. We are not able to come out of that in a class of 60, we can have 2 question papers. No, our mindset is fixed. We have studied in that model, same model continues. Coming to my topic. I won't take much of time. This is about India, we all know, and we are proud to be Indians. History of Education, Government of India has 2 departments, school education and higher education. This is a brief about school education, just the numbers. We are the second largest education system in the world after China. And I don't know whether you all will be knowing there are 69 boards of intermediate education, including Telangana Board of Intermediate Education and Andhra Pradesh Board of Intermediate Education. The biggest board is CBSE with 146,000 schools, 3.5 crore students in India and abroad. Total students going to school is 26.52 crore. Number of schools, 14.89 lakh schools. And teachers, 95 lakh teachers. And here the government owns 77% of elementary education, 43% of secondary schools, 40% of higher secondary schools. And there is a NIOS, National Institute of Open Schooling, where some 14 lakh, that is 3.14% students of school education out of 26.52 crores study. Please remember some basic numbers I will compare when I come to higher education. You will understand where the problem is. China, which is the biggest in school education system, has only 5 lakh schools. India has 14.89 lakh. And third point, the dropouts till class 12th in China is 1%. And in India, 30%. So we know where our problems are. In India, 1 lakh schools have one teacher only. And there is vacancy of 10 lakh teachers. And the existing teachers are also not trained nor skilled. Coming to higher education of India, we started the first 3 universities coming in 1857, set up by Britishers, Bombay, Calcutta, Madras. Now, this is as per AISHE report 21-22. We are 1168 universities, 45,473 colleges, 15.98 lakh teachers, 4.33 crore students. Now we started with 26.52 crore students in school education, and coming to higher education, it becomes 4.33 crores only. This is the breakup of types of universities and colleges that we have. That out of 1168 universities, 655 are general universities where all courses are offered. 192 technical, 57 agricultural and allied, 79 law, 27 law, 19 Sanskrit, 8 language universities, 131 in other categories. Meaning to say, we all are very healthy in a country of 142 crores. Meaning to say, we don't fight, we don't have disputes. Meaning to say, other important statistics, I don't know, many of you may not be involved, heard about girls colleges, colleges for women, but there are 72 colleges for women. Now, another problem in our higher education system is that across India, in all higher education system, for PhD program, I take only one program here, is 2,12,474. 2,12,474 students enroll in PhD every year, but the degrees awarded are only 32,588. Problem. Total number of graduates, pass outs every year in our higher education system is 1.7 crore. 1.7 crore students pass out every year in higher education. Where is the employment? Where will they go? How many will be accommodated in higher education? What is the answer? Patents in India till now, total accumulated patents 82,811, whereas in world 24 lakhs plus. Another area, the research output, academic papers. China with 45 lakhs papers published per year. United States 44 lakhs paper published per year. UK 14 lakhs. We are fourth in publication, 13 lakhs. Ninth in citation because we don't have a developed system of citations. We are not taught to cite our own papers. And in India, being number 4, there is again challenge of fake journals, online journals, not existing journals, tier listed journals, variety of journals. Today the journal is in tier list, tomorrow it is removed from tier list, and variety of other issues, which is not there in other fields. Now, just to tell you, in India, under higher education, total 4.33 crore students are distributed in this way. Arts and social sciences, 33.5%. Science, 15.5%. Commerce and management, 13.9%. Engineering and technology, 11.9%. Education, 5.51%. Medicine, 4.58%. Law, 1.47%. Agriculture, we all have read that India is an agricultural country, and 70% of the population directly, indirectly is involved in agriculture and allied activities. But the number of students pursuing agriculture is only 0.22, others 13.42. Now, let me also remind you, this is not by choice. This is not by choice of the student. This is choice by the vacancies available. I wanted to be an engineer. I wrote JEE means I wrote MSET, I could not get selected. So then I go to science stream. If I don't get selected to science stream, I go to commerce. If I don't get selected to commerce, I go to arts. If I don't get in arts, then I go to education. So this is not by choice. So 4.33 crore students in higher education are
It's a speaker
completely
presentation.
courses not of their choice. It's not by design. This is a belief that in higher education, 78.9% is currently at UG level. While it goes to PG level, it is only 1.06%. PhD 8.33.
File their CB18.
Several reforms that have been carried out in higher education by Ministry of Education. I won't go into details. Now they have started common entrance exam and curriculum. They are talking about faculty mobility, student mobility, national credit transfer, NIRF, online admissions, and various other aspects, including an important aspect of MOOCs or online courses. Now we have what we call UGC. And surprisingly, interestingly, the most important task of UGC is every year they have to update. That is the biggest task in India for a higher education regulatory body. Just one slide about University of Hyderabad, from where I come from. Established in 1974, 2,185 libraries. We are the second biggest landlord in Hyderabad. 12 schools, 21 departments, 26 centers, 5,541 students, all residential, 23 hostels, 423 faculty persons, 484 non-teaching staff, 49 patents, 71 MOUs, 186 external projects towards a funding of 172.44 crores. These are our rankings. We are very good in startups, incubators, and innovations. We have 3 incubators, TBI, TIDE, and BioList. These are the various initiatives taken by University of Hyderabad for making a better campus, green campus. This is our examinations and academics evaluation pattern, just to highlight that we started semester system since 2004-5. And we started choice-based grading system from 4-5. Later we adopted CBCS. We had a 7 letter grades in 10-point scale for SGP and CGPA from 2004-5. Semester exam patterns, best of 2 minus 40%, and an end semester exam of 60%, all started from 4-5. We had a system of smart degree certificate, which is electronic chip embedded, temper-proof, fire-proof, tear-proof, chemical resistant, RFID technology based. But this has been discontinued now because we have shifted to NAD, National Academic Depository, and DigiLocker. Total degrees awarded by University of Hyderabad till 31st May 26 is 46,388. These are the number of courses. We have 115 programs and total students 5,541. Academic initiatives that has been taken up by University of Hyderabad. Many are common, but we have started with this also. That every PhD thesis will have 1 page of write-up on sustainable development goals. There are challenges in achieving vision and mission, which are very common between all higher education institutions. These are future results. Now I come to enhancing quality, integrity, excellence in the examination, assessment, and evaluation. So that we're telling in this topic itself, there are many words which are subjective. Quality, low quality, differ from high quality. High quality definition may differ from low quality. Integrity, excellence in examination, conduct exams. We all conduct exams. There are variety of exams that we conduct. And there is a lot of differences in the different kinds of examinations that are conducted. And when there is a difference in conduct of examination, obviously the assessment and evaluation will also be different. What we understand by the examination system, again, as per our perception, is the purpose of examination is not merely to certify learning, but to improve learning, which we don't focus much on. Examination reforms must move from testing memory, which we have been doing, to measuring competence, from awarding marks to developing human potential, and from administrative process to academic excellence. The examination should test not only for recalling, but also for the ability to analyze, apply, evaluate, create, and do critical thinking. So what we need, it will take a long time because the perception has to be changed. Probably in future, the examination system should be more continuous, opportunity should be given, it should be competence based, technology enabled. In sense, some examinations can be on computers also, or in an online mode. Secure and transparent, that's very important. AI aware, lot of buzz is there in AI, you don't want to go into details. Flexible. Many times what happens is we conduct one annual examination or one semester examination. Suppose the student for some reason could not attend the exam, he or she should not lose one semester or 1 year. Education should be outcome based, employability oriented, because when in a country like India, where 1.7 crore people come out, not everybody will be included in higher education. We have to think about employability. Employability need not be only getting a job, it can also be imparting some skills, which the government of India has emphasized. Need to have critical thinking in classes, discussions, open ideas, let people come up with different ideas. Our literature says that knowledge comes from any side. So we should sometimes open up for ideas, throwing up ideas, maybe something may click. Problem solving, creativity, communication is also very important aspect, because not only for placement but on real life. Most of us face problems because of communication. Sometimes the communication is not clear between faculty and students, or students and faculty, and several other aspects in life. So there is a lot of focus needed on communication skills, and this should also be like a regular training program for all, not only students but also for teachers. Collaboration, ethical reasoning, skill development. Our changes that we want to bring now, and what the government of India has already started, is that we want to shift from the traditional examination system, which was marks oriented only, and the old traditional system was that one size fits all. So there should be different sizes for different group of people, group of students, group of institutions, and we should shift from content coverage to learning outcomes, from marks to competencies, summative assessment to continuous assessment, subject knowledge to holistic development, uniform pathways to flexible learning pathways. As far as the AICT is concerned, till now, whatever I have spoken is a part of UGC. Now, AICT also has brought in some examination reforms through their policies announced in 2018, where there was an overview of outcome-based assessment and examination reforms, for Bloom's taxonomy, and some recommendations and conclusions about outcome-based education and all pertaining to AICT-related institutions. Now, changing our mindset, changing our perception, the assessment reform is not simply about changing examination schedules. It involves from traditional educational practices There is a need that assessment systems must evolve, measuring competence that is repeatedly being told instead of testing the knowledge. And universities, colleges need to redesign the question paper. In that question paper, the guidelines now further elaborated is that there should be a mix of easy, moderate, and hard questions. Many of the question papers which have been analyzed, it was found that it is not a mix of all three. Internal assessment practices, there should be innovative ways where quiz can be organized, assignments can be given, presentation can be asked, group discussion, teamwork, etc. Variety of other things can also be added here. Evaluation methods can also change. And there is a need for uniform grading systems for comparison among students and higher education institutions. This is a big challenge because even in NIRF ranking, when there is a competition among different institutions, different types of institutions, the parameter called information outcome also needs this uniform grading system. And the other area that needs focus on this one-day workshop probably is on assessment, national credit framework and curriculum, competence-based assessment, continuous assessment, whether it is internal or external, open book applications, oriented examinations, technology-enabled examination system. And these are few challenges which we have in our system. That implementation challenges for academic bank of credits and transferability of credits across institutions. Assessment of interdisciplinary learning under NEP 2020. Recognition of experimental learning and skill credits through national credit framework. Use of artificial intelligence in question paper generation, evaluation support while retaining human sight. But again, this is a big challenge. Assessment of internship, community engagement, innovation and entrepreneurship activities, use of learning analytics for improving assessment quality, and finally, need for national benchmarking for assessment practices across higher education institutions. These are the challenges before all of us. I'm sure in your whole day long national workshop, you will be looking into details of most of these things. I wish this national workshop all the best. Thanks CDIT for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to present my news. Thank you and all the best. Thank you.
And so when you have the valuable insights and detailed insights about parent of examination reform in the higher education systems. Now moving on to the second session of the workshop. It's by Professor Kulkarni Shashikant Sir, Professor and COE, OU, Osmania University, Hyderabad. He is currently the Professor of Engineering at University College of Engineering, Hyderabad, and he has been a professor in the Water Resources and Fluid Mechanics Division of the Department of Civil Engineering at the University Department of CAD since 2007. He was BTech degree in Civil Engineering from GPREC, affiliated to SVU Tirupati. He then received Masters from UVCE Bangalore and PhD degrees with specialization in Water Resources Engineering from IIT Bombay. Furthermore, he completed MTech in Computer Science and Engineering from JNU Hyderabad. His teaching, research, and consulting interests are in the areas of climate change applications at river basin scale, downscaling for regional studies, soft computing applications, water supply engineering, hydrological modeling, including flood modeling, network modeling for water supply system, uncertainty analysis. He has published extensively in these areas. He is the recipient of many academic awards, including Best Researcher Award from Vice Chancellor OU, Excellence in Teacher Award, etc. Dr. Kulkarni Shashikant Sir has completed 3 research projects in the field of climate and environmental evaluation, notably a sponsored research project on impact of climate change and the subbasin of Krishna River. He has completed research projects from UGC Government of India. He has supervised 20 ME dissertations and 15 BT projects and backed 2 research projects from DSC Government of India survey. Research to the tune of 1 crore. One project concerns of the water security of Krishna River in the changing climate using CMIP6 data set. The other project analysis the influence of terrestrial feedbacks on rainfall and assessment of droughts and extremes under climate change, sponsored by Science and Engineering Research Board, Government of India. He has delivered lectures at various R&D centers and educational institutions. He guarded 1 PhD and currently 4 research scholars are enrolled for doctoral degrees. Now I request Ms. Kavya, I invite you to come to the dais. I request Ms. Kavya to give the lead to the speech. Sir's topic is on exam reforms, current practices, and future directions.
Thank you, Mary, for the nice introduction of you. So my area of research is climate and climate change. Now, since I became controller of examination, so I also have an opportunity to learn in examination reforms, current practices, and future directions. Today's chief guest, Senior Professor. CEO, officer, and for me, coming to see me is like a hometown to me. I'm very thankful to management for inviting me here. I feel happy when I talk in front of the department and my good friends. The friends who have a lot of good memories. So I'm really, very happy that you invited me and I talk where currently I'm engaged. I think our White House really gave a big direction on the examination reforms that are needed. So that we can live in a secure environment without any treatment. I think you know, examination is part of any institution. So if it really functions well, that institution will function well. And so therefore we see that our heart functions well under any circumstances in whatever way you do. And keep that is exam grants, reforms, innovations, whatever best thing you do to the satisfaction of the system to which you are actually designed, and we are going to satisfy the students in whatever way possible. This
I was for 5 or 6 months and then I got 10.
I'm going to give you some introduction. Administrative setup, the best practices we have like you, then what is the future directions and bit of I think you know most of our faculty are from Usmania University. So Usmania University is 109 years old legacy and excellent institution. And OU has seen many challenges in its long history of 109 years. Definitely you'll see many challenges and we hope it will continue to evolve all the time. And definitely we at the Usmania University under our dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Kumar Garu, we are definitely going to scale up our performances. And during his tenure as a controller of examination, he has started a lot of modernization in the exam branch. He is into exam, the Usmania University was very conventional. And nowadays, you know, we to catch up to the present needs, they have changed a lot of stuff in the examination branch. And exam grants are only catering to the needs of lakhs of students. Usmania being the most conventional student, I mean, college or university, since inception, I want to give you some small, introduction about here. OU has almost 650 affiliated colleges, 40 autonomous colleges, and we have 14 constituent colleges. For UG, we have 3.31 lakh students, PG almost 62,000 students. Total, we have 3.93 lakh students in the academic year 23-24. In the district mode, we have around 20,000 students are currently enrolled. All put together 4.4 lakh students in each semester. Totally, it is coming out to be 8.5 lakh students. So it is really very Herculean task for controller and the entire team who are working for the success of the system. Please remember, anything in Usmania we do, immediately it will come to the media and it will blow up, and and all people are held responsible. Recently we have seen one small thing happened. There is no fault of the examination system at all. I can confidently say, after internal meeting with all the top brass of Usmania, so there is no fault at all from the Usmania University, I mean exam branch in particular. But we have to face the wrath of the media. But that's what I said, we are continuing to evolve ourselves in a best way. We are trying to improve the system. As I said, in the examination branch, we have a controller. Under my controller, we have 10 additional controllers who are working. We have 2 assistant registrars, 1 DR. So almost we have 280 staff who are working in the examination branch. Please remember, the scale is 280. Just imagine we are catering to almost 8.5 lakh students, and also we are also giving one-time chance. That is one-time chance. It is becoming every time chance for the students. So that's also a challenge for us. And whatever we do, anything we do, a small mistake. I know in a big VC also said, in a big institution like Usmania, there may be, I don't think deliberately any mistake will be there. During course of my presentation, I'll tell what are the existing problems you are facing and how we are trying to overcome them. I try to really do that. So in the year 2018, we have started on-screen evaluation. Probably we are the first in Telangana state introduced this particular system, where Professor N. Kumar was there as the controller of examination. I think, as I said earlier, 8.4 lakh is a very huge number as far as things is concerned. And also we have small courses also. See, if I'm doing evaluation, anything for 8.4 lakh students at one go, that may not be a problem. We have small courses, we have big courses, there is a lot of variability is there, and catering to those things, and each scheme is different, each evaluation pattern is different. There are some college, there are some faculty who don't know even how to do online evaluation. So we have all sorts of issues and challenges. So this is the biggest problem we are facing. So first comes is personal barcode. I think most of you know, scanning of answer skills, faculty mapping, question paper integration, evaluation, digital evaluation, everything, whatever physically we are doing, successfully we could do in the digitization process what is being done. So there is no mismatch what you do physically, what we used to do, and we have totally integrated as well in the computer digitization. So as I said earlier, the confidential section, I also told many a times the controllers of all autonomous colleges, I see most of them are controllers. They come every time to my office, so I could see some of the faces. The fact is that the confidential section is most important among all, because question paper preparation takes place, everything happens here very confidently. Luckily, in our examination branch at OU, as our vice chancellor said, almost we are having 20,000 question papers, which is really a big task for our additional controller confidential section. He has to see that the question paper goes to the what do you call, the center properly. They'll download the paper. Unfortunately, what happens in a particular exam center? See, in one particular day, I asked our confidential section people, we are almost putting up 200 question papers in a day in our website on a particular day, 200 question papers. The moment all question papers comes to one particular exam center where that is held, or people what they do, they say mathematics one paper. There are mathematics one for different, different academic years. They don't see only academic. I mean, they say the moment they find, like, I mean, mathematics one, they simply download and give it. The moment student sees, they say, sir, this question paper we have not studied, but you have given it. What they will say, chief superintendent says, no, it's not it. Actually, we detail it after. After half an hour, 1 hour, they will talk to us. And also our people also, they will receive that particular complaint. Then suddenly, sometimes they may change the question paper, sometimes not change the question paper. The students are supposed to write for which they are actually not studied at all. Tell me where is the fault. Do you want to say, do you want to attribute the fault to the exam branch? We have given everything to the concerned exam center. The exam center chief superintendent failed to identify that, and he has not done. The next day morning comes, exam branch law, it's a typo in the question paper is given wrong. Then what I should do? So that's the problem we are facing. So we are educating and sensitizing chief superintendent. Just look, we'll be giving you all the question papers. Just have a time and see whether those question papers you have properly downloaded or not. Let's say sometimes you are given a old question paper. You take some time, give a new question paper, give extra 10 to 15 minutes and half an hour, rewrite it and submit. Because ultimately we are catering to student needs, for which you are not doing it. See, so these autonomous colleges, or I mean all affiliated colleges, should take care of these small issues. You are not doing it. And the entire blame is coming on exam branch. So this I'm telling you one criticism we are facing it. And recently we have developed the PhD app. Everything goes through this to external evaluators. I think even some of our faculty from CBIT, they used to call me, sir, my PhD students, because with the Harvard, they do Harvard, they used to complain to me. Then what did I go one day? I just called them. Just look, you have given 12 names. You have given 12 external examiners names you have given. Out of 12, our vice chancellor sir will take 4 or 5, and then immediately we'll send those the preliminary synopsis to the concerned examiners who we have recommended. Then after getting reply whether he wants to do or not, we don't know. After getting their consent, then we'll send the report through online. And then what happens? They'll say that, so it will take 1 to 1.5 months time you fix the timeline, which UGC or our university fix. So we are adopting it. The moment they say that, immediately our people will come, sir, delay. So they are, I don't say there is an anxiety exactly there among the, among the supervisors. I will not deny that. The fact is that there is a requirement to be done, which is not even happening. Then what happens? It will go to the concerned examiner to whom you have recommended. Then he will not open it all because he will give you old mail ID or your phone number back on things. So these are practical difficulties. Then what they do, they bring examination branch of Osmania, he is not active. See, we are sending to the concerned person based on the information that is given. That means either you are not given information properly or you have not taken the consent of the examiner to which you have actually sent. Where is the question of Osmania University getting blamed? The perception, the public perception of a OU is getting damaged because of this. I wish you should be very sensitive when you are giving the information to the examination. You first of all check it. We always tell, but but it is not happening. So what I'm telling you that these things, you need to really do it well. So next comes, we are doing everything, releasing a press note, provisional certificate.
Good date.
Everything we have done
21st, sir.
in a fast time. And sometimes I also get a message saying that PhD supervisors are not getting remuneration. This is also not a correct point. We are now processing everything online, remuneration bills are done, immediately given to your WhatsApp group, what you have to do, all college people download it, sign it and give it. There is no delay at all. Now, number of complaints now slowly and steadily getting reduced. Now hardly I get less than 1 or 2%. So these things have changed over the time because we have adopted this computerized system. I'm happy that the burden on controller is also getting reduced because I depend on the system. I show whenever they come for any complaint, I'll open it up, just look, we have done already. There's one professor from Anna University, this couple of days, she complained to me stating that I'm not receiving my remuneration for PhD. Then I just inquired with our big section and other concerned here. Then they said, sir, we have already dispatched in the month of February. There I said, this is the number. After which it will not come. Because the what happens is, you just be under the impression that we don't receive. No, it's not better. Everything has changed. Things are moving in a better way. So I just wanted to sensitize you that these things have happened very well. I think another important area where we are focused very high value here is EDP, that is electronic data processing section. There are now degree certificates, documents, transcripts, everything we are doing, online services and every activity that student wanted, we are sending it to the SMS. So the moment they apply, they say that your application successfully been done with the exam branch. Next, it will go to concern section. So immediately a message will go to the student. Just look, your certificate, your application for a certificate is gone to the concern section. The moment concern section people verify, and for our vice chancellor also said, Usmania University, we have not done 100% computerization is not done, especially in this area. We still depend on verification, physical verification. For reasons there are many reasons, because we wanted to have very secure and very confidential stuff. We don't want to give everything to our class. And I don't say that we have lost faith, but we wanted to ensure that everything goes in proper way. Maybe we thought this is the best way that we can communicate to the council. So that's a policy decision. Please don't blame for the position that we are trying to implement. Then a message will go to the student. Now your certificate is printed. Come after 2 days. So we are giving just like our Amazon services. When you want to buy something, to remove everything. So that's what we also implemented. But sometimes what happens, one student will not actually give the required documents. He will immediately call to my chancellor. He will call to registrar. He will call to state in that Usmania University is not in. There is a mistake from us. Everything. We also, he will not verify. It will go to his SMS. It will go to his mail ID. Just look, these are your deficiencies. You have to submit, then you get it. But students in a hurry, and we also tracking the needs. For example, some student came from CBIT or they are going to some foreign countries. They want within days. The students who are coming, we are also catering to the needs on a urgent basis. Even sometimes student is poor, we are also taking nominal fee also. We are doing, it's not like that. We also have a human face. That also we are taking care about that. We have done many such cases, but unfortunately these things are getting unnoticed, but only then things are projected. But anyway, I can't help it. I can't write in the paper. We are doing all the same stuff. So this is one thing. So everything is done it. And what we uniquely, I think, evaluation, recounting. We also introduced challenge evaluation. I think most of colleges also know autonomous institutions. So this also we have introduced to the cater to the needs of the student. If they are not happy with the main, if they are not happy with the RV, Then we are also given an option for challenge evaluation. So that also we are doing it to the benefit of students. There is no such thing. Please remember when I studied in IIT, they don't have any examination branch at all. They don't have exam branch. I had the privilege of evaluating the students because I was a senior. My professor was actually really interested in me. Shashikant, why don't you do it? So especially some courses, I used to evaluate, I used to decide what is the pass mark. I used to decide everything. Sir used to tell me just look, you keep this much is grade 1, excellent grade, B grade. So there is no rule at all. Like in OU we have specified, if you want to get A grade, your marks should be 80 to 100, 90 to 100, in between 80 to 90. Those gradings they don't follow at all because they have the absolute autonomy. But we don't. But when we give that absolute autonomy, we have seen in some of these institutions they are misusing it. I don't know where the mistakes have happened, but they are happening. But as our vice chancellor said, they have that absolute freedom. Okay, especially, I mean, absolute freedom does not mean they also there are restrictions. I want to fail one candidate. Never happened there also. The fact is that yes, there are some checks and balances are also introduced there, but we used to do like that because I'm involved in it. I'm able to say confidently because of my supervisor. I did everything like that. I used to send the question paper. I used to discuss within what level of it. And see here we follow Bloom's taxonomy in IIT. I don't think I've never seen any question paper define, explain, describe. Those questions I've never seen. Only I think Bloom's taxonomy 4, 5, 6 only design. Even this is my first exam. I actually got failed also. Then I was a little overconfident in the first exam because I was writing the exam after a long gap. Then in the first time, not only the whole class, they didn't perform well. Then we thought this is not the way. In IIT, if you fail in one subject, that means overall, then you will be simply sent back to your parent institution. You are simply cancelled. Then myself and some of my faculty and some of my close friends who are currently now finally in IIT, they also failed. Then we decided all 3-4 members we came together. Then I was a little bit level and statistics. Then they said we found a notebook. Then what we did, I told them that I'll teach this subject. So by teaching to them, then I got the confidence and then finally I got astonishingly I got A grade. I failed, I mean almost did well in first exam. Finally I got A grade. So therefore what happens is, there also there is flexibility. But those flexibilities are missing in the current system. So I think I understand earlier what reforms on-screen evaluation already done, generation of online evaluation tests, attendance, everything they are doing it. And PhD thesis also, it has become more user-friendly to all who are stakeholders. So therefore, these are advancement what we have done. As this is also again told, my short-term goal, what this thought was, let us strengthen the existing infrastructure. In Usman University, as I said, we have old, I think Hamid Sir knows that we have old programming stuff like that. I want to change. I made a request, but it takes a lot of effort of mind that somehow we are running with the whole system. But still, it is able to cater to the needs. But our aim is to develop in-house services for exam. I don't want to depend on external agencies. We are developing a lot of 3 agencies. They are helping us. I want to slowly throw away from my system. But the kind of infrastructure I need, the programmers I need, currently are not being provided. So hence I'm being handicapped. So I'm not able to do those things which I thought could improve credibility and also the sanctity of the examination system. Currently I'm handicapped to a certain extent. So we would like to, I told to, for example, give a chance so that I'd like to, but still I hope immigration. I want to actually have complete digitalization, end-to-end software development. The moment student applies, next day you should get the certificate. So that is the aim we are looking at. Hopefully, with the help of our good computer science friends, we'll be able to achieve that in the days to come. As we always told recently, law students issues in the Hindu paper, there is the mistake from the examples. So I want to highlight in that context. Just we have given standardized rubrics for 3 subjects. Just look now in LLB course, all are 3 subjects. Like in mathematics, I know I'll get a definite answer. There is a definite procedure. There is a definite way you should solve. Then you get the answer. Then accordingly, I give the marks. But in completely based stuff like that, it becomes very difficult, and we see also further the evaluation pattern from individual to individual differs. It's a uniqueness. I can't put a uniformity across all the faculty. Otherwise, the beauty of evaluation will lose its steam, which is the most important thing. So therefore, how do you bring uniformity? How do you educate them? So that's and also one more thing. The kind of student we get nowadays in some of the courses outside engineering is not up to that standard. People are talking about question paper audits also we are doing. We are calling experts. Just look how and some of the outside engineering they slowly are introducing Bloom's taxonomy. Currently they do that. If I look some of the question papers, I don't want to tell to this particular industry gathering. It was not up to the standards. Just define, explain, describe. They all only Bloom's taxonomy 1 or 2. And you are judging PG and PhD level exam, which is currently not correct. So therefore, under these circumstances, how do you really do? It's a big challenge. Then digital tools for LLC evaluation, on-screen marking, AI assisted checking. So currently we are not doing it as a vice chancellor very vehemently is that it's still not coming to the terms of AI. Maybe in a couple of years it will change. Hopefully, like you do once it establishes its credibility and its standing. And we are also taking continuous feedback, assessment, in the teaching learning process. The senior professors will you rightly said they are not evaluating. We are just throwing to some faculty who are not really, although we are taking precautions, minimum 3 years of experience is needed for evaluation. So therefore the person having 30 years experience, the person having 3 years experience, definitely there's a huge gap in terms of evaluating skills. The way I look, the way he looks, the completely changes. So therefore, that also very important. So as I said, integrity of a teacher is important. Finally, if I look, what is important when I was here in CBIT, once a professor from IIC came, in his strength at that time, 8 exam was here. Also, he was telling, you are the face of the IIC. You are conducting exam. The people who are writing the exam, they don't know IIC. Because it's coming to CBIT, you are sitting and you are evaluating. He will only look the kind of image that you create, that creates the kind of image the exam pattern we are writing. So therefore, what I wish to say that integrity of a teacher is important. Finally, it boils down to integrity, sincerity, and honesty of a teacher. If that is missing, whatever all I'm teaching is, whatever I'm talking is nonsense. If they are really not doing the job, what is the use of all these AI techniques, this, that, is all cash heavy. So therefore, all teachers should be very conscious of the fact that you have a greater role to play. I always tell them, when your son is studying, like our kids when they write, we will go opinion, a parent teacher training there. We'll go. And if 5 marks are not there, as a parent will ask, will question teacher, madam, my son did not get, why you don't know? I always sensitize our teacher when you are just to think that the papers that you are evaluating is your own kid. And have that feeling in your mind. Then the sensitivity then that integrity, then the conscience should fear you and award proper marks. I don't want to tell you, we give wrong marks, at least make that whatever candidate is written. I know the digitalization evaluation is a tough thing. Okay, we are also trying to introduce now annotation-based evaluation. What do you mean by annotation? Suppose now we have a habit of writing. So when our student writes on 3 marks, I like 2 marks, then I have marks. So these things we are habituated. So now we are trying to introduce that also in the online evaluation. If you take something is wrong, you put 0 marks. And what is 0 marks you are putting? If you go to corresponding question paper, that also I told to my technical team to write a program. Whatever you are doing, annotation should reflect in the evaluation pattern. So that the field of evaluation takes place. So that now slowly we wanted to feel that you are really doing those evaluation pattern so that where you are comfortable with. So that some justice so that these disturbances can be avoided. Code of ethics for examiners, training, accountability, we are all doing it, we are not telling them. Unfortunately, we don't have the strong teeth in us. In a sense, some faculty knowingly, unknowingly does. There are no rules to punishment. Luckily, we don't want that thing to happen. We only tell them we may bar them for 1 or 2 years. So it's a way things are happening. We also try to have blockchain stuff like that for certificate. And excellence, we wanted our institution to follow some excellent pattern for our competence-based assessment model. So we must import the different question paper pattern. Ultimately, that depends on what question paper that you are trying to do that. And also, though there is a statistical non-moderation marks should be there. As I said, right, recently the problem that came in our NLP marks. We also analyzed, what we did was why the erratic pattern took place. Some students who failed, they got better ranks. Why? Then we called those people why the difference in marks. Whether the original or main, whether the main evaluator did a mistake or the RB1, RB2. Recently, after analyzing, we made a proposal. What if that suppose a person getting a G grade in the main paper, suddenly the RB, let's say he gets A grade excellent grade. Why there is so much of jump? Then we have to give a solution on the technological solution. I can't go to each and every paper and I check it. What I said to my technical team this week, whenever there is a significant improvement in terms of grade is happening, there must be, you identify those tips, find out, let us give it to one more chance for re-verification so that we can reduce those number of scripts. So such error, if it is there, can be again checked. If possible, go for one more time. So in this way, I think we can do these erratic evaluation, so that is what currently we are doing it. And also try to follow some best practices like NAC has some procedure, NDP is also giving some procedure. How to really, the road rotting that we are trying to talk about, that should be avoided. So that is, recently I have conducted one exam in our OU. Open book system I have conducted. So I gave question paper. You open any book and do it. I gave it. But I also told, if you have any doubts, talk to your colleague. Not in a big way. Only 5 minutes time I'll give you. I told I gave in between 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, I told them discuss only for 2 to 3 minutes. Then I said that's okay for me. But even after discussing, the performance was not. So when I wrote of course, I wrote especially statistics exam or mathematics in open book system. So what is the use of open book system? When questions are so tough and so question, even if you discuss also, nothing is going to come up. So that's what we have observed. So these things you can implement not all the time, but at least Some later students came and told, sir, open book system, also sir, Mago, closed book system is here and so these are the reforms, though on paper looks very fantastic, isn't it? They look all around and percent. When you start implementing, anyway, some sort of small discrepancy happens. So anything you do, if you do ideally, then only it will be appreciated, otherwise it will backfire. So that when you do, it should be done. I think CBNT might be doing good practices. I wish you should do that. And we are looking at future exams to be student centric, skill focused, quality reforms. We don't think the question paper should be hard. No. Question paper should be now smarter. You should really assess student ability to give. So that's why we wanted student to do a good project. How many of students do the project? But unfortunately, the students have so engrossed in some other activities. They pay little attention to the project. So the project is a good way of learning. But our students are not doing it. Many projects, skill development courses. So these are excellent platforms already created, but students are our main focus. But they also have to shoulder the hand in hand. Otherwise, this becomes they will only remain on paper. Nothing will come out. And NEP also says that shift from testing to measuring competency. So these are all still in initial stages. Maybe we have to build a system that is fair, reliable, and future ready. But question paper design is what we are trying to do. The previous vice chancellor said, not on the present matter. Let us have a pool of question papers. Let's have a time and then try to ask them. And then this is when our students write GMAT, GRE, the adaptiveness also should be there. The students, whatever exam they write, they should, that's called what I look upon the skill is skill something. Suppose if I study some subject, the subject should enable me to write or focus on something else. So that sort of skill should be adopted, should be given to student. It does not mean that suppose if I teach fluid mechanics, I don't expect that you should be good at fluid mechanics. You should also become a multitasker. Whatever work you given it, it should be able to be otherwise. What is this? So therefore, open book or sometimes case-based application is also very good option that we have. So these are, we also test, and that is, what we are saying is, now students also, they have lot of open electives. They can study in multiple subjects in that context. So students have better options. Similarly, now we have some examination that we are doing this encrypted question paper. We are sending it to different centers. We are also trying to introduce phase, gauge, environment checks for remote exams, randomized checks, unique but equivalent paper for each student, unique but equivalent paper for each student. But only it is possible for autonomous institutions, not for affiliated institutions. We want to curb leaks, enable on-demand exams, improve access. Some of the stuff we are doing it, and we are also trying to focus on although statistical normalization. For example, when students write JEE exam, there is a normalization procedure. So we can also try that normalization. We also wanted to introduce concept-wise report, transparent regression. So these are some of the we wanted to improve upon. And as I said earlier, now most of the institutions they are going for 40% continuous assessment is a good, is a step in right direction. Skill development also, our Telangana government started skill university. Why don't we have a sort of memorandum of understanding with skill university? Our revenue has done it. So all the institutions, you can also have a private with them, send your students, let them learn what are the new techniques, what it is they are going to adopt. So therefore, you have to have those and in OU, we have already done digital facility almost 14 lakhs, I think, biggest in entire India 14 lakh records have been uploaded in DigiLocker as of now. And we are going to do 5 lakh again, DigiLocker. Some reports or student information we are also uploading. So exam branch, we are not blessed with good programmers. I also tell you the limitation of currently what we are facing. We are not having very good programmers we wanted to have. But as a traditional university does not permit us to recruit a programmer who is good by paying more. That flexibility is not there. And whatever we have with the limited resources, we are trying to really improve upon the system to capitalize on the person, stuff like that. But without knowledge, some faculties who are recruited, suddenly they will be transferred, they will be well trained. After 2 years, suddenly without knowledge, they will be transferred. So this is also problems we are facing. Despite all the odds, we are trying to give the best, but still, as I said, Usmania University is facing challenges. We are ready to adopt new technologies. We are ready to gear up on the new AI. That is also provision we made. And yes, we have a very competent faculty we have. Ready to, as I said, on behalf of exam branch, we are ready to take up all new information, whatever they come. The only thing is that with the limitation that we have, we are doing it. As the controller and all the stuff like that, we are trying to see that from our end, we are not making any mistake. Some mistakes will happen because of some errors. Exam branch never does anything wrongly. And also advice to all autonomous colleges, especially controller, additional controllers, don't do any validation. This is my sincere request and sincere advice to you. Don't involve people who are in the exam branch, knowingly, unknowingly, they will come under some pressure. So therefore, the best thing is that principal should advise that they should never be involved in any activity. They should be given only administrative related. They can teach the subject. Internal they will do. External exam, don't allow them, and especially having single page, single paper, those sort of evaluations, you see that don't ever involve them. And next the exam branch, I never involved. Why am almost years in helm of office? I never do any validation. Evaluation only college where I teach. In this setup, I will never do. I will never also go to confidential section. I go confidential section for verification purposes. Process that we have designed, whether they are following it or not, I do in front of everyone so that I don't want to take any blame if something happens. So I also try to take confidential people who are there into account. I also sensitize them every day. Point of view, we tell them, including on the vice chancellor, we call for meeting, we tell them the importance of exam branch, question verification, and how to secure them, how to send them. So these things, these small factors by our principal, our boss should do quite often, so that we can preserve the sanctity and the integrity of the system. Anyway, one or two bad checks will be there, but we can't help. But anyway, they will be kicked out the moment we find them. That's not an issue at all. But from our end, that lethargy should not happen from our end, knowingly or unknowingly. So you must know. I also always sensitize our additional controllers when they come for result declaration. I always ask them questions. How did you do it? What is meant by the validation? When you go for it, what is the main exam? How many percentage results? How do you do? What do you mean by normal distribution? Our vice chancellor rightly said, we are not what we are doing. I think it's nice. Not for us, stop it. Take a lot more than 2 minutes. I think it's fine to be. So what we recently have done is there was a criticism from external agency when they came. So you are signing in how do you guarantee their card? So immediately I thought, what should we do? That also did not come that idea. All the time we thought, myself and my class of people, since now you are not doing it, you want it like this. So sir, I'm not getting any idea. I'm not getting an idea how I tell you, give all the marks. So they are giving, just like that mark. So that also I don't know. I know how to process, but I don't see. I can't sit like a programmer. I can sit, but the fact is that I cannot sit and spend a lot of time. Then immediately one idea came that verification results are not happening properly. Then what we did suddenly, we have a 50-year program is there. So what have we decided is, with the consent of the vice chancellor, I said, sir, we have this system. I want to verify the results of all colleges without software. Let us compare. If both are coming, their result processing is correct. Our quotation also said what steps you are doing. So then after getting that idea, now we are, I cannot recommend from the examination branch to this particular software. I cannot advertise like that. What I'm trying to do is take all the results. We already developed the in-house program. I'm putting the data and I'm checking where are the deviations, whether failed candidate is passed or passed candidate failed. So that kind of checking we are doing it. Luckily, almost all colleges, the results are almost not uniform. There are some deviations we told them. We have explained them how to correct it. So I'm confident that results of autonomous colleges are in tune with what we have done it for the last 50 years. I'm happy that colleges have responded. Then in between, our vice chancellor was asking, what are the results before autonomous and after autonomous? When I saw some colleges in this platform, and I draw the normal distribution curve in the class. Okay, in class, we have average students, the poor student, experienced student, their curves should come. In some colleges, it is coming like that. Only this part is there, the lower part is not there. That means most of the students are getting 88, 29, 30. So that is the cycle. So that's why our vice chancellor was confidently saying that some of the colleges have not followed this trend at all. Then we are sensitizing them. So this time we are accepting the result. Next time we will not accept the result. Finally, see that there is some order is present in the system. Minimum should be there, average should be there, maximum, because our student, we are talking about so much of variability. There is a variability in the marks pattern that is being given. That means something fishy is happening. Then they have accepted the mistake. Because of that, because of giving more marks in the internal, there in statistics, I think people know that the entire normal distribution is skewed towards right. That means everything is falling in the right side, indicating that more marks have been given just like that. I told her next time, myself and our entire team is coming, we will see internal marks also. The question paper also, you need to preserve it. So that as a check we do, and then if you're not preserving it, that means something you have done maliciously and you are liable for punishment. So therefore I said this year we are saying, okay, let it be. But next time I would see that these trends should be there. Then probably our evaluation system will be secure and will be good. And hopefully we follow all in this proper order. And I'd like to thank CBMT for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Although my exam was a cup of tea, but I thought, I hope in my stuff like that, whatever little experience I got during my training, I think that was most satisfying. Because the vice chancellor told me he had this where I said I don't want, because I don't need to see the issues and challenges. He said you can do it. So with his support and with his full background, I hope I've done reasonably good job. I don't say that I did a fantastic job. The fact that I did a reasonably good job. We continue to evolve and continue to evolve. I continue to take all the challenges and continue to evolve our system in a better way. Hope to really see that these minor mistakes, if it all happening,
That also we want to reduce it to zero, and that's it, time for giving the opportunity.
Blank, but blank. you can-
Sorry if I go
Blank.
blank.
Ah. Technical.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a sincere thank to you, sir, for delivering such an insightful session on exam reforms, current practices, and future elections. Your perspectives, practical insights, help us better understand the evolving landscape of examinations. We greatly appreciate the time and effort you have taken to share your expertise with us. Thank you.
That
once
we
again.
can.
Now I request our delivered professor to extend Professor Shrikanth sir.
Introduction start training. That is the part that will get started. The title will. Streaming live on YouTube. Can I use this? Can I actually?
I have a call on quick second. I think once again, I request everyone to come to for the workshop. We are commencing the session. It is my privilege to invite our next speaker, Mr. Mohammed Mustafa Khan, CEO of Orient Effects Private Limited, onto the stage. I request Shweta to present the supplement.
Sharing.
Brief introduction to the speaker.
Do you have any mail ID?
Request
I will share. I will give you the WebEx link. Info@.
brief introduction about the speaker. Mohammed Mustafa Khan is the co-founder and CEO of Orient Private Limited and a gold medalist and department copper in computer science engineering honors from Uspania University. He has worked on enterprise-grade AI and intelligent automation systems across real-world applications. Previously, he served as chief organizer of Google Development Group on campus, UCE, and is certified
Orient.
cloud developer and Microsoft Azure AI.
RIX. R after that RIX .org. Yeah. One more email can you add? One more. Contact@orientrix.org. Contact instead of info. Contact.
Quality and efficiency of AI.
Same thing.
The session will be
@orientrix.org.
Sir has made the session of interesting demonstrations regarding the evaluation of AI. So I request Sir to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the warm introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm glad you all joined for this session about AI in education
You
systems.
can see.
Before to begin, I would like to
can start the link.
and the organization.
You can start the link. And I will
Give us
get
the
the
opportunity to
content.
present this amazing idea in front of all these
Yeah.
educators in front of
Otherwise, we can't share.
Apart from that, I would also like to thank the distinguished speakers who have spoken before me in this workshop. Now, the reason why I want to thank them because they have very
Share, you can.
calculated the difficulties, the challenges and the education, the evaluation system.
No
which
issue.
currently
Meanwhile, you
a
can.
lot of institutions, big or small, face it on a daily basis. So let's list a few of them.
Keep it and then.
There is inconsistency in evaluation across different
Open the mail.
colleges. In a university, amongst the affiliated colleges, different faculty members evaluate based on their own understanding of a subject. Even if we give them a marking schema, the rubric criteria, there is no doubt an inconsistency and bias to be introduced. Let me fix the presentation.
Open the WebEx link. Then only we can share the content then. Did you get it?
Yeah, you just.
It is for what? For X. This is for what? X.
The link you were sending us.
Yeah.
It is for.
It is for sharing the content. Oh.
Just.
Join from browser.
So as I was saying, there is a lot of inconsistency in present evaluation system. There is bias, there is human fatigue. All of these difficulties have been there in this evaluation system for years. People have tried to transform this and to come up with solutions which would create behavioral change in the faculty's methodology of evaluation. There was a system of on-screen evaluation which was introduced to eliminate bias. And all of these things together
Everything muted.
still, to some extent, have improved evaluation, but not completely. Orient does not mean that we have fixed the solution. One of the statements from our honorable vice chancellor struck me. He said the consistency and biases in the evaluation system is $1,000 question. We do not claim that we have an answer for this. But we certainly say that we can propose a solution. And we want to build this solution and this answer to this $1,000 question with the faculty. AI does not mean it is going to replace the faculty. AI means it is going to assist the faculty. Modern times has already been approved. As to every time there is a revolutionary change in any system, there is always a resistance. And we, Orient has been facing this resistance towards AI. And we associate the reason for this resistance to the lack of confidence in the introduction of AI in a sensitive area of evaluation. Now, I would like to give you a few examples which will help you understand how this resistance begins and how fruitful the outcomes are. The very first example would be the introduction of computers in banking systems. So previously, all of the banking work was done manually, and people in the initial days were resistant to bring computers into the banking system. The reason being, they feared the computers introduced in the banking system could replace the bankers. But today, that is not the reality. Today, the bankers using the computer systems are able to serve millions and millions of more customers. Apart from that, a very recent example of ChatGPT. When ChatGPT was introduced initially, there was a lot of criticism, and there is a lot of resistance to use that technology. People were not willing to adopt it. But today, IIIT Delhi has allowed their students to use AI-based tools in their examinations. This is today. So naturally, one might wonder, what could the future of AI hold in the educational sector? And in my opinion, where Orient stands today is the exact resistance phase, which was being faced during the bankers' time, which was faced during ChatGPT's time. But now, I'm sure each one of you might have used ChatGPT and are happy with it. Today in the morning, I was having a conversation with an amazing professor, and he was telling me that he was amazed to use Beta AI. He used it to scan his written sheet, and Beta AI was able to extract it and convert it into a proper question pattern. This is the technology which is there today. Certainly, there are people who will ask, and it's a genuine question. They will ask, AI is too static. It is difficult for AI to adapt the adverse student, the variety of students. Someone comes from a good background, they have a very good handwriting, they will be able to speak well, write well, and their answers style is very good. And maybe AI is able to understand that. On the other hand, people think the students who write poorly, whose handwriting styles are different, AI might not be able to evaluate them fairly. That is a very fair question, which is being asked here. I would like to say that today, AI has evolved to such a great extent where no matter how your handwriting stroke is, your descriptive papers are, your way of communicating the answers are, AI is able to transfer it. Another question which comes, and this is a very common question again, is how will AI be able to evaluate the papers? the descriptive papers. If you do 10 different students, they have 10 different answers. I, as a faculty, am aware of the problem. Is AI able to give 10 different students for 10 different answers fair marking? That's a very good point. Our answer is AI, even if people are resistant to this change, AI has been in that level where it is able to crack GE advanced examinations. It has that understanding. It can understand not only one book or 3 books or 5 books, but 10 different reference books. In today's era, our students are learning from different AI tools. Why not evaluate their answers with AI? That is the question which instructors and professors must ask them. Apart from that, very good thing which the vice principal, Professor K. Krishnamani has asked is the very crucial aspect of an evaluation is personalized training. Very soon for a professor to give feedback to 70 students in a batch. How is that possible? It's quite not possible. But AI can do that easily. Within seconds, it will evaluate thousands of papers, not only with evaluation, but with proper understanding, with proper feedback, giving your students with the reasoning as to why they lost their marks. All of this demonstration I'll be showing it to you because I know it's really difficult to set the AI has evolved to this point. We truly do not want AI to replace faculty because that is not our aim. That is not even possible. Faculty must be there to assist AI, to take AI to the direction which must solve the current drawbacks and challenges which are being faced in the evaluation system. The controller of examiner of Koyu insisted on how it is difficult to evaluate lakhs of papers at scale. Even the registrar of University of Kolkata, she mentioned in his talk as to the scale and in fact the scale of the papers which are being evaluated every semester. Scale, no doubt, is being evaluated every single semester, and there is a pipeline built already, manual evaluation. But it's broken at scale. There are inconsistencies, there are biases, there are delays. Delays is another big question mark in a lot of students' faces. They write their exam, and 3 months later, they get the results. By the time they get the results, they already forget what they approved in their examinations. They do not know if what they have achieved is what they truly deserve. But with AI, you can eliminate this delay by giving the results within 24 hours. I would like to touch upon my own personal experience regarding this delay in examination. Approximately in my 6th semester of engineering, I was truly anxious about one subject which I wrote. I was scared that I might lose marks. I was not scared of failing. I was scared of losing the gold medal. I was very nervous and I was anxious. I visited the controller of examiner's office at least 4 times during that period. And he always assured me, he was like, you will get your results, don't worry about it. He couldn't help it. Manual evaluation process itself, in its depth, it's slow. It's going to be slow. There is a lot of challenge in calling the faculty members. Sometimes the subject experts do not show up. Somebody else knows a little way before the subject tries to evaluate it.
WebEx.
One of these challenges
Discard that WebEx.
was with AI. My final semester results were released in 24 hours. And this is a very big feat to be achieved, given that the 6th semester results were delayed by 3 months and the final semester was delayed in 24 hours. The reason why they gave us early is because of our certificates. Because if you want to pursue higher education, you need our certificates. And this is not only important in the final semester, but this is important in every stage of a student's journey. In their internal examinations, they require a feedback, a personalized feedback as to where they got their marks.
And
How can they improve in their next examination?
Fine, fine.
Another point which the vice chancellor mentioned is education is for the skill development of the entire country. He gave a quote from South African University, and I really believe that is possible if you give your student time feedback. Now, I have spoken a lot about what AI is, and I truly believe that every one of you here, in some sort, believe that AI will be the future. But let me tell you this, we are already late. AI in evaluation systems is present now. A lot of institutions, IIMA, in Jharkhand, in Uttar Pradesh, in Karnataka, many different places, a lot of institutions, a lot of schools are already adopting this. We have placed a lot of brochures, it's all in your hand, and there is a facility where you can apply for a pilot program. We are not asking you to adopt AI. We are asking you to test AI. We are asking you to test AI. We are asking you to critique AI wherever it fails and celebrate the successes which the AI does in its evaluation system. All of this thing seems to be too good to be true on paper. But let me show you a live demonstration so that you can understand how well AI in today's technological scenario has evolved. So for that, I would like to step down. So let's not go into the details of our platform. What we want to achieve from today's live demonstration is to show it to you, to prove it to you all that AI today is ready. And we are just waiting for the assistance from the professors to adopt this technology and to reshape this future of AI before the evaluations becomes a burden on scale, because every year the scale keeps increasing. So let's begin with the evaluation. I'll demonstrate by uploading one question paper here.
मुझे problem with your lab happening.
It's not.
हाँ, the problem.
Okay, so after I upload a question paper, the question paper and the answer key, you can actually upload an answer key on our platform. You will be given with a proper detailed rubric. So here there is a very detailed rubric. Rubric is essentially the marking scheme and the grading criteria for the paper. In this, you can see the Bloom's taxonomy level, which again the Vice Chancellor has emphasized that whenever the question paper is generated, professors sometimes like 10 to 20% professors only follow the Bloom's level. The remaining professor, even though they don't want to, but it's very difficult for them to abide by it. It's difficult to judge which question abides by what particular domain in the Bloom's level. But for this tool, in this tool, you will be given the Bloom's level automatically. And not only that, the grading criteria, the marking scale, all of this has to be reviewed by the professor. If you scroll up, you can see there is an edit button. So here we demonstrate that the faculty is always in control. We do not want AI to completely replace the faculty. We want AI to be a tool for the faculty to use it in a better way. Now, the reason why this rubric is essential is to create the places. Because a very good question which was asked to me in the morning was, what about students from different backgrounds? What about students who study from a different faculty, who are coming from a very different background, who do not know how to write well, etc., etc. All of these things can be solved if the faculty determines the base on what the evaluation should occur. Now, this base is being set by this rubric. We have given the opportunity for the professor to select amongst 3 different modes. The very first mode being the balancing. Then, if you need that the student might have studied from a 6th textbook and you have taught only till the 5th textbook, but you know that the 6th textbook is also needed. So let the student be awarded marks based on general. General is by me, based on the AI's knowledge. Second mode is the strict mode. This is more useful in language subjects, for example, English, where there are particular marking schema for letter reading, for literature answers, where you have to give only specific marks for specific formatting. That is the strict mode. And the last one is the general AI English. This is for UPSC type of answers, where there are theoretical questions, where there are opinion-based questions, where every student have their own opinion. And that can be answered just using AI's knowledge, because you cannot set certain criteria for awarding marks for that. So this can be understood similarly to how a professor thinks while evaluating the answers. So upon doing this, we have also taken care of malpractices, because what might happen is one might set a particular rubric criteria for 1,000 students and then go back, change it again for the next 1,000 students. To avoid this, we have we have our option to finalize the rubric.
I think.
So we have an option to finalize the rubric. Now, once you finalize the rubric, you cannot go back and change this. This will avoid the this will avoid the situations where the professor can go back, change the rubric. This is just for a malpractice and safety. Now, coming to uploading few answer sheets so that you can see the live evaluation happening now. So I have 5 answer sheets over here. I've already uploaded the question paper. Let's upload the 5 answer sheets. You can upload 1,000, 10,000 or whatever amount of answer sheets you want to upload. But for this demonstration purpose, I would like to touch upon only 5 different answer sheets. I would upload them and start the evaluation. Now, while this gets uploaded, I would like to let you know and explain you the way how exactly AI goes and evaluates these papers. Now, in the previous step, if you were following my directions, you might have noticed that we have set a certain criteria as to how the papers will be evaluated. These papers here will be evaluated based on that criteria. People assume that the evaluation is happening based on keyword matching because the amount of exposure we as generic non-CS background, faculty, students, anyone might have, is to assume that AI is good at keyword matching. But we fail to understand that today's AI, if you might have heard about Cloud Mythos, it was banned in the US because of its security concerns. That is how advanced AI is being, rapidly improved. And this is, okay, while I was just explaining, I think we have finished 1 paper, 2 papers. So this is a very simple example of finishing 5 answer sheets, 42 pages long within a couple of minutes. I think it barely took 1 minute to complete all these papers. So, as I was talking about detailed evaluation, let's randomly take this paper. This is the performance overview which is given for that particular answer sheet, where the student is explained what are its strengths, what are its areas of improvements. And then if you scroll down below, every single answer which the student has written in their answer sheet has been extracted. The AI feed, the criteria met or not met, all of these things are explained to the student. And it is completely up to the institution or the professor. If they want to share this information with the student, they can share it. But if they want to keep it confidential and only share it if the student asks for it, they have that option provided. And even the diagrams which the student draws, the diagrams are properly explained in detail so that the professor, when going through or reviewing these answer sheets, can understand, okay, the student has given a diagram for this, and based on that diagram, the student has also gotten marks. And the reason why we did not got marks is because these criteria were not met. And the student will be satisfied with this. Apart from that, I have a couple of statistics which I have pulled up. So this is a lot of information has been written to ensure confidentiality. But this is one of our clients' actual union evaluated results sheet. So here you can see that the results are given, question-wise results and everything. And there are few places where I have highlighted with red. So after a detailed review, both by the professors and as well as my team, we were able to establish together that these questions were where humans have given less marks than what was anticipated or than what was supposed to be given. And these were the places where AI was rightfully able to recognize that these questions deserve more marks for the students. So there's a common fear again. By introducing AI into this AI-based evaluation scenario, the students might receive less marks, but that is not the situation. This is a very simple proof there. I would like to show you the report which gets generated by our evaluation as well. So this is the report which gets generated by our system. And we have made sure that it is completely identical to the institution standard. Because our client wanted this, so we have made sure that this is in the subscription. But for any particular institution, we are open to customize based on the institution's requirement. Now, Based on this demonstration, my ask is not to trust AI blindly. My ask is to test it, to scrutinize it, to show us where this is lacking. Because we must accept the fact that AI will be the future. AI and any modern technology, if you have seen in the past, was introduced not to replace people, but to eradicate the repetitive tasks. And once calculators being introduced was also a very big point of concern because people thought that students and the faculty might use the mathematical touch, but that proved to be wrong. The reason today why calculators are used is to remove the repetitive task of arithmetic calculations. And all of this goes to show that Orientrix and the future of AI and assessments is in the right trajectory. Today, there is resistance, but we believe tomorrow there will be acceptance. There will be scrutiny in between, and we are ready for that. Apart from that, we have been in this for almost a year and more. We have seen firsthand how institutions in India and different states in India, abroad, internationally, we have interacted with a lot of people, and this has already been implemented. So the question today remains not that is AI ready, but are the faculties, are the institutions, are the policy makers, the UGC Commission, are they all ready to adapt and take AI to that extent where we can believe that AI will be a proper assistance tool for the professors to evaluate the papers? At the end, I would like to say that we want the professors and the institutions to take up this thought process and work on this and suggest this idea to the right policymakers. Because just before my presentation, I was having a wonderful talk, and he recommended that the major target should be the policymakers. Because today, even if we wants to adopt this, there is a hindrance, there is a resistance. And with that, I would like to end my talk here. Before that, if there are any questions, that is absolutely welcome. We have given you flyers. There is a QR in that flyer by which you can scan it and book a pilot demo. We will come to your institution and demonstrate how this tool works for your answer sheets. If there is anything else, we would be more than happy to help you guys. Sure.
Still connected. అయిపోయిందా
I'm really glad you asked that because I missed that part. We have a feature called request override. So faculty can request an override of marks, like exactly you mentioned, 2 months, 3 months, or whatever. And that request has to be accepted by the admin or the hierarchy. So we have done this to avoid malpractice with the exact feature which you just mentioned. Yes, certainly. As you mentioned, prompts, that is the key point here. So when you're setting the rubric, you can mention it there. You want certain marks to be given for neat handwriting or certain proper formatting of the question answer sheet. All of these things can be mentioned in the rubric, and then based on that evaluation. Yes, it supports up to 15 languages as of now. We are increasing highly more. So AI has the knowledge of the entire internet. So if you give the AI the flexibility to evaluate based on its own knowledge, it will know which exact company the student was taking the example for. So it will scout the internet, look for that company, and then evaluate the student's answer with that company's information. So it has that information already. We are not training AI. AI is already trained. If you ask ChatGPT the same business scenario, it will answer you. Similarly, this AI already knows everything. So if a student quotes any of the business ideas, it will, business scenarios, it will be able to evaluate.
Very nice session, and we are running late, and in the time after during daytime, few times, we'll have a lot of time to share the amenities and all the credentials, and there is everything we'll share with you. We can discuss with you. This is a topic to be discussed at length. The convenience is very less. So we'll have another full discussion, session with you later. Thank you very much, Mr. Mustafa. Thank you. Thank you.
First, Mr. Srinath Sharma, sir, advisor practice instruction to state hospital.
ఒకసారి కదా అది బ్లాంక్ పెట్టి తెచ్చుకో లేదు లాస్ట్ మళ్ళీ నేను వెళ్తున్నా సార్ పెట్టుకున్నావా
I'm honored to call upon our next speaker, Dr. Srikanth, sir, on the stage. I request.
ముందర కెమెరా తాగుతా ఇక్కడనే పెట్టండి సార్
So, Chief Technology Officer at Campus Services Private Limited, and a graduate in civil engineering. From University of Hyderabad. Originally, first he has been overlaps and cloud infrastructure scale, and now he's setting up more than 40 engineers. As Chief Architect of Campus Ecosystem, an AI-native campus-oriented operating system, serving over 100 institutions across India. Srikanth sir is helping reshape how higher education runs. Campus unifies academics, admissions, examinations, and corporates through one platform. And here is our speaker to explain all those in this session. I welcome you once again, sir, and for the session.
Thank you. Thank you for setting up the context. And there's a constraint of time, so I would like to complete the next half an hour. So, yeah, my name is Srikanth, and I'm the CEO of Campus. Work with colleges in various so we build software which is useful for colleges. Examinations, evaluations, and everything. In the campuses like CTA and other colleges. Maybe sometimes jokingly, my colleagues, that I spend more time in colleges these days than I was a student. So to understand the processes, to understand how the system is better. And more importantly, most time we spend inside the exam room. And the real patient, the presence of employees and injuries. So those I see them on daily basis. I am with you. So here I am talking outside who is presenting your theory. So I am with you in the room in the last couple of years. So how many are from exam sections here? Can you raise your hands? Yeah, super.
So let me start by asking a question, and I also feel all the sessions after the lunch are pretty much slow. So let us make this interactive, and definitely. So I want to ask you a question. So how many of you faced any one of these problems? Any answer script went missing for at least some time? Sometimes. Any time, sir? So or there's some kind of a result overcome after the results are published. So I don't see the answer very by, but completely I can see that these are the problems which are faced by the exam department. And there are many more problems. The weeks will pass by before the notification is released and the exam results are released. So there is a huge time frame which will be get delayed for some reasons. So for these all problems, maybe so one of the most important solution for these problems would be digital evaluation. So my topic today, in the next 25 minutes or so, I will take you what exactly the digital evaluation is, why it is already mainstream in the segment, why it is already not new, what are the challenges faced because of digital evaluation. Let us talk both sides here, and yeah, let's start. So yeah, this is not a proposal, sir. This is already mainstream. So it's been already 20 years the digital evaluation is introduced. The UK-based boards, examination boards are using digital evaluation for the last 20 years. So, and they have introduced in 2003. And there are 10 million yearly on-screen markings have been done. And there is a Singapore board which annually marks 450,000 booklets every year. And in our country also, recently everybody know CBSE has also adopted digital evaluation for the class 12. And there are also different controversies regarding that, which we also talk in the next slides. But one thing we can say is this is not around new. My previous presenter also stated that this is not new. It is already mainstream. So yeah, and coming to our own home ground. So the also is being very pioneer in digital evaluation. It is not new in our state. So JTU Hyderabad has introduced digital evaluation in 2020 in the COVID era. And Osmania University is also following the digital evaluation for quite so long. And globally, the same thing is converging. So it's not new thing. So, but to just take a step backward and to iterate what exactly we are talking, let us say what exactly digital evaluation is. So it's the same paper which is flowing as of today, but it's like backing analogy. If you see that the shift from physical to digital is only the if we call it a check, it is still a paper we deposit the bank. But that paper is, as a digital image is traveling and reducing the turnaround time. So here we can the same applies for digital evaluation, the on-screen marking, the physical answer scripts, and marks uploaded to the secure server, and the examinations log into the portal, award the marks, and marks are entered question-wise. And here it replaces the logistics, not the judgment of the examiner. So the state on the paper, only the evaluation is going to be digitized. So with that in mind, so it is also once go through the standard operating procedure of a digital evaluation. So mainly we have three stages. So one is prepare, evaluate, and finalize. So this consists of total each stage consists of 3 steps. Totally 9 steps. So the first is scan and QC, scan and quality checks. This is where the digital evaluation might go wrong because the quality of the scanned booklets is very important. And the CBSE controversy which rolled out in the recent times is mainly on the quality of the booklets which are being scanned. So it's the scanning and quality check, masking means anonymizing the barcode, anonymizing the student data, and masking it, and then upload them to a secured server. The next step is allocate the question papers
randomly to the evaluators and then mark on screen question wise. And if it depends on the evaluation methodology of the individual institution to double evaluation or multiple evaluation or re-evaluation. And the finalize, we do the moderation, we do the automatic totaling and the publish. If you see all the 9 steps, out of these 9 steps, only 3 steps are exam-related steps. All the other 6 steps are automated. So the time around the evaluation can also drastically be reduced. So this is how and there is also a little different ways in the paper, sir. So here, we have seen different methodologies without getting the spine of the answer. There will be scanning which is happening, but the best way and the robust way is to cut the spine of the answer booklet, and at the same time, every paper, if it's 32-page booklet, every individual page has a unique QR code. So if we cut the spine of the booklet also, when we try to re-upload it back to the system will automatically synchronize all 32 pages of an individual student, because there is a unique QR code which will be printed on each paper, each individual paper of the answer booklet. So it's like cut and debug the paper, scan. There are high quality duplex scanners which are available, and it's also very less cost. So any individual scanner with 160 ppm pages per minute will cost you, any company will cost you around 1 lakh to 1.5 lakh. So it's not an increase in the capex hardly. If you put 3 scanners will do the thing. And the quality checks, each QR code missing, skewed will be verified by the system for some technology and mask and upload. So every page is QR coded to the system, reassembles each booklet in order. So no page is lost, and backward just queues a page with QC flags. So this is how the important piece of scanning and bundling will happen, and the booklet needs to be scanned. Yeah. So and this is how I find out people, everybody knows it. Most of you has already done some kind of a digital evaluation in Osmania portals or something. But this is how just a tool looks like. Any digital evaluation tool looks like. There are question-wise marks. There is an annotated uploaded scanned paper, and there is an annotation which can be given. And this is how it looks like. Now let us talk about the advantages of the digital evaluation. So we have anonymity, sir. So all the answer booklets are anonymous. So they are completely anonymity is guaranteed. Nothing is lost. So there is no loss of paper, and there is no need to secure rooms only for storage. So we can completely the physical loss and tampering can be avoided, and it is faster because the physical evaluation always depends on the availability of the faculty inside the college. So the digital evaluation is now just like you can have as many as the evaluators possible, and you can do the double evaluations at the same time. So it is faster with the parallel markings, weeks to days. And error-free totals, the counting mistakes are because now the system is doing that, so we completely avoid the error-free totals. And for COEs and ACOEs, they need to get the live monitoring in place because they don't know what is the current stage of evaluation. How many booklets are already in marked? How many are pending? So to run the evaluation, live monitoring for the examination department is a must thing. And for RTI grievance also, instant retrieval is possible. So, and the main advantage, apart from all these advantages, is how the digital evaluation supercharges the OBE. So OBE is where we spend most of the time. All the faculties before the MBA event happens. So the 45 days of most of the faculty's time will get wasted on preparing the reports for NAC and MBA. So the major problem for that is the data is not crowdsourced at the time the data is in system. So, and one of the most advantages of digital evaluation is the question-wise mark entry. inherently the system allows us to evaluate question wise. So the question wise marks are already there in the system. So the attainment level reports, the OBE reports are by default available in the system for the calculation. So the question wise marks are there, and each question wise marks are tagged to COs and POs, automatic alignment and reports towards the group. And this is how after immediately after an exam, so we can see directly the attainment report because we have everything already in place and crowdsourced at the time of inception. Yeah. So, and being said that, sir, there are also challenges with the digital evaluation. So I am also, it may also be open with the challenges. So strategies to mitigate them. So learning curve, of course, the resistance and learning curve are the major roadblocks for any technological adoption. So every time we feel that this is extra work, which is being at a burden, but you have to present this to the evaluators and the faculty that this is something which is going to reduce your work at a longer run so that you can spend your time more for teaching purposes. Now faculties no need to build the big Excel sheets for attendance. The time is saved there. So the quality time which is saved can be used for teaching. And the resistance and paper is safe. So these things which I also personally hear when I go to the colleges. So, and adaptability across the departments, the scanning quality is a real problem. And the same CPC controversy is also rolls around the scanning quality and the diagrams and regional spatial security. We can definitely mitigate all the risks. It's not unsolvable problems. These are the challenges which we generally see in colleges, but every challenge is being mitigated within in place. So the technology is proven. So if we take the challenges, so there are four. In the CBSE case, the total answer booklets which are being scanned and digitally evaluated are 4.6 million. But out of the 4.6 million booklets, 1.13 million booklets are marked for re-evaluation or for split reading. So this is only due to the quality checks which are in place. So the QR code checking and the quality of the image is it's one of the most important challenges and should be tested well in this processor. Yeah. And there is a Stanford study which is being done by in the evaluation segment. So two evaluators are given the same paper, and in the 100-point scale, the difference between two evaluators every time on average is 7.5 points. So always we believe the evaluator from the red pen is a gold standard, but it has proven that there is variations between individual faculty assessing the same paper. The Stanford study has given a 7.5 variation on the same paper which is being done by different faculty. So we have to check here that it's not about the standard of whether it's a paper level evaluation or digital evaluation. The evaluation is different from the evaluator who is evaluating it, and how and what is the role of AI in the evaluation. And the role of AI with the human is in the agreeable permissible unit of human to human evaluation. If it's a 7.5 point scale difference in the only human evaluation, the AI evaluation, suppose the same paper is being evaluated by a human and the same paper is evaluated by an AI, the difference is much lesser. So we can say that the red pen evaluation is not a gold standard in this case. And I also hear this from so many faculties and the people from examination department. And how can we guarantee the respective evaluator is evaluating the paper? So how can we guarantee that? So who is marking the paper? So it could be some other person behind the computer who is marking the paper. So we can also the good systems will be always integrated in DigiLocker. So DigiLocker is something which is Aadhaar-based integration, which cannot be transferred easily. And multi-factor authentication, biometric face IDs, randomized allocation, and an audit time an auditable trial. Maybe in physical evaluation, sir, silently an evaluator can evaluate a bundle very easily. But in digital evaluation, there is a pure audit law for every evaluation, so which cannot be easily hampered. Yeah. So with this, the role of AI evaluation. So yeah, my previous presenter also clearly mentioned that the role of AI in evaluation is assistive. It's not like it's like a spell checker. It's not like ghostwriter. So AI is we cannot evaluate the paper completely, but AI will definitely help you to reduce the time, turnaround time, and this QWT analysis. Okay. And human to evaluate the differences, right, falls under the human differences. So if it is a human to human evaluation or an LLM evaluation, the difference is same. The difference is same. So AI does the first pass, the human owns the final mark. Some studies shows fair agreement and measurable bias. So keep a human eye in the loop. And there are many studies which are being conducted, and there is also a negative of AI evaluation in different studies. So it's still growing. It's still growing. So human in the loop is still needed. And more than regulatory compliances, you know better. So we have NEP 2020 and UGC always gives us extra points regarding the technological adoption, how we adopt the technology inside the institution. And DPTP Act is already there, and it's very important for the colleges, any institutions or companies to understand, because companies colleges who own the data will fall under, we are data fiduciaries, and the students are data principals. So the question paper, the answer script of the students with his personal information will directly fall under DPDP Act. So the storage, where are we storing the answer booklets, and the time for storage, how many days we are storing, and the control over the student is very much important before you choose the system, the record retention audit trial. And also there is a debate on buy versus build. So do we need to build the solution in-house, or do we need to onboard a SaaS vendor? So nothing is wrong, sir. So definitely both has its own advantages and disadvantages. So it depends on the college, the volume of the college. So here we can have the assessment. So building in-house, we have the full control and customization. But higher capital, we won't upgrade and uptime, slow to launch. But a proven SaaS company can reduce the time from months to days. But whether you build it in-house or whether you buy it from a SaaS vendor, there is an important checklist which needs to be checked before onboarding any vendor. The below points, the company should be ISO certified, 27001 certified, and it should have the data ownership. The college should own the data ownership, and the uptime, the service level agreement with the vendor is very much important, because these are examination related entities which are very important. And the data should reside in the Indian servers, because DPDP compliance strictly tells us the data should reside in the Indian servers. And the training and support, the results and ERP integration which we have, because at the end of the day, the evaluation results should be flown back to the system where you give the results. So the one thing which matters is you should have the ability to walk away with your data at any point of the time. So there should be no vendor locks when you to enter the checklist. And these are the enabling technologies. Technology are in terms of hardware and in terms of software. So I don't feel the infrastructure is a problem here, because infrastructure is very easy. We can easily get them. The cost doesn't matter, because as I already previously telling you, and individual scanner and cutters are one thing which are very important for digital evaluation. So those will be required maybe less than 5x capex, which a capex cost from extra recurring tools. And the answer booklet which are being printed now is same. So now for the fiscal evaluation, those need to be printed. For digital as well, those need to be printed. So this is the biggest case which we can present to the management. So here the freight courier transport between the centers will be reduced.
central evaluation camp, traveling, logic can be reduced. Physical storage, because I see some colleges, there are dedicated floors for only storing the answer booklets. So now those can be used for a different purpose. And manual data entry totally in posting interest. Revaluation appeals. Of appeals to get for the evaluation can be reduced drastically in this regards. And we are still talking about the digital evaluation, sir, which is already mainstream and implemented. I just want to give a peek on the future of exams. So this in various systems, the future of writing exams is slowly converting the pen paper based directly online. So maybe if we try to adopt the evaluation to digitally first, it's the right point where we can also bring the students digital writing exam. Because there is a concept of BYOD, bring your own device to the exam. This is being experimented in various countries. So this is a computer-based BYOD. There are lockdown browsers, safe browsers, which enable users to write the exams. So all the prompting tools are also available. There are many companies who are giving stylus tablets, which can also replace the pen and paper. But yeah, always pen and paper is the field which we don't want to lose. But these stylus tablets try to replicate the field to a maximum extent. Just there is the digital ethics, the SDGs. Maybe this is also more than we understand it better. So this is the quality education, industry infrastructure, responsible consumption, climate action. These are all the SDGs which we can take with the digital evaluation. So as a conclude by saying digital evaluation is not something which we have to still discuss that whether to go or not. It is already mainstream. Maybe it's time to discuss how can we get this done. What are the challenges we can get this done. So with this, I want to conclude my presentation, and this is my piece. Yeah. This is my QR code. You can scan that and you can continue. Thank you, sir. And I'm open for the questions. Thank you. Yes. Any questions, sir? Okay. Fantastic then. Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
There is quadratic weighted kappa, sir. It is called as quadratic weighted kappa. So it runs at a 0 to 1 scale. So it tells us the difference between the evaluation, whether it is done physically or using LLM based. So the LLM based evaluation rightly falls under the human to human variance of evaluation. So by that Stanford study, we can say that LLM evaluation is also good enough if there is a human in the loop. Thank you.
We provided us clear understanding about the digital validation between candidates, the practical examinations, and future perspectives shared during the session will be useful. Thank you so much for the presentation on the digital evaluation. I now request Professor Sriman Sharma sir Campus Construction, Campus Officer, HOD Civil Engineering Department, as well as Officer, President Large Speaker.
కొంచెం ఆ కెమెరా ఇటు తెలుసు నా సైడ్ సార్ కెమెరా కొంచెం ఇటు జరుపు. ఇటు నా సైడ్ ఇంకా ఇంకా అయిపోయిందా అన్న?
Before we last
క్యూఆర్ డిస్ప్లే చేయొచ్చా మనం?
form, but once
అంటే ఇలా లైవ్ లో నడుస్తుంది సార్ వేరే ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇస్తే
displayed on the
In the standard
So
example.
please scan it.
Live run
And become valuable. Separately.
లైవ్ రన్ అవుతుంది కదా.
దీని నుంచి పంపించేస్తారా?
ఆ,
After this, but we have to like to display the.
ఇది డిస్ప్లే చేయొచ్చా?
చేయొచ్చు కానీ వేరే ల్యాప్టాప్ ఇస్తే దాంట్లో గుర్తొచ్చు.
Yeah. Once again, so Professor Kamakshi Prasad, the next speaker is the Director Academic and University. He was welcome to the meeting is arriving soon, within 5 to 10 minutes. So meanwhile, scan the QR code and try to keep it ready. After the session, you have to give me the
సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ
Okay, thank you.
సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ
Yeah, display. Everyone got any?
System of.
అదొకటి సార్ ఇంకా చాలు చాలు. Oh, wow. కాదు
Good afternoon.
మెయిల్ చేసుకోండి.
We have some time before our next distinguished speaker present. I would like to add a few more points regarding the criticism and the confusion around AI-based evaluation. Before that, I would like to, the thing which I ended by saying that even in international communities or different states across India, this technology is already developed. What we at Orient Trades, we are Hyderabad based Telangana. We want Telangana to be the leading pioneer of this technology. We want all the people sitting here in this amazing workshop. The main objective of the workshop was to enhance the quality and integrity of this evaluation system. So we want all of you to be the forefronts to bring this technology into adoption. I'm aware that a lot of you here are from different universities, different colleges, different departments, and different backgrounds. And since I have personally met a lot of different educators, visionary leaders, and different people at different levels, even at UGC Commission, PGRC, every single person has this skepticism whether AI will be accurate enough or not. And we welcome the skeptics. Because of that, we are inviting the institutions to take part in our pilot program. And this pilot program will be free of cost. We will take your institution papers, your student papers. It could be the internal papers or the external papers, any paper which you have. We will scan it for you, even if it is not scanned, and we will do the evaluation and show it to you. And you be the judge if AI is ready today or does it require more time? Is AI still tuned to your requirement or like, but is there still more time? So the brochures have given as that QR code, which you can scan and do the register for a pilot. And even if not that, if there are any other queries which you would want me to address regarding AI evaluation or anything, feel free to ask me now. I would like to address few queries. It could be regarding anything. Okay, since there doesn't seem to be a lot of queries in the audience, I understand the reason why. I would myself bring up queries and address those queries. Because since I have spoken with a lot of faculty members, I know what kind of questions arise. Because there are professors who have been evaluated for more than 30 years, approximately 40 years. And so, very common question which comes again and again is, how is AI going to see the handwriting of a student? So I would want you all to test this. Go to ChatGPT, upload a handwriting of your own, make it bad, write doctor's handwriting. It will still be able to identify, but it will be able to identify even better if you give it the context. So in the rubric, you will give it the question and the schema. So if the question is regarding, say, a particular topic, a particular business, say it's talking about pharmacy, and then pharmacy, there are certain keywords or words or the sentences which the student frames
And based on that context, the AI will be able to understand what the student has written, even if it is not visible, because the AI has the context to assume what the student might have written. And it will always assume in favor of the student. So this is a very clear-cut answer for this particular question. Now, one more question which arises is, what if there is an issue? Who is going to be responsible? Will it be the faculty or will it be the team? For this particular question, what we introduce is always allow the faculty to be in the loop as well the student to question the evaluation. If the student questions the evaluation, as I have shown in the live demonstration, there will be a feedback. There will be a section given where the student is made to understand that this certain criteria were not met in your answer. And this is the answer you have given. These certain criteria were not met in your answer, and that is why you were given these marks. So all of this explanation when given to a student, the student will naturally see the difference. Understand, okay, I have missed these points. This is the feedback for now. I need to improve on this. So naturally, the question where the student gave Professor say, "You did not give my friend marks." And in that scenario, we have given a tutor, Gen tutor chatbot, where you can question the AI who has actually evaluated the paper. This is student can do. So this feature is also available. Not only that, we allow question paper. So every question paper is yet another page. One of the distinguished speakers mentioned about how generating question paper has become only based on repetitive questions. There is no creativity in the question. Even the vice chancellor mentioned that in order for the students to portray creativity in their answers, the questions has to be framed in that way. And in the morning, I was speaking to one of the professors, and he said he has taken assistance of AI to generate his question papers. We are providing a tool and you can generate question papers based on the learning outcomes, the objectives which you have. You can set Bloom's taxonomy level, the outcomes which you want to achieve. Because all of these things are crucial for a student to be able to portray their paper in the So we give you the tool where you can generate question papers. If you have a question bank, you can base it on the question bank. If you do not have a question bank, the questions can be generated in a unique and creative way. You will be able to generate numerical questions, diagonal questions, MCQ based questions. All of these features exist today. I'm not talking this is the future. I'm saying this exists right now. And this will allow the professors to generate hundreds of question papers and select random questions from everywhere and have a lot of variety in the way you generate the questions. So this gives a creative aspect in the sense where students will be able to answer the particular question. And this will also discourage group learning, where you don't have to abide by like 150 question bank questions and then learn that thing again and again. So it will give you variety aspects where you can test it out. Another feature which we have, as it's mentioned in our booklet, is study material generator. So the instructor themselves can ground the student and give them a material from which they have to study. Because to be honest, previously I used to hear people used to study the 500-page books. Today, I have never touched any of those such books. I have studied completely from AI because my engineering started in 2022. So I have completely studied from AI. And even today, that is the reality. A lot of students they study from various different AI tools. And at times, it gets difficult for the instructor to properly and fairly evaluate the papers. So the instructor can generate a study material based on certain books they have, curate it, create a revision note, and give it to the students so that the students can learn from those things. So these are all the features which we have in our ecosystem, and we wish and we aim to give institutions a tool, an AI-assisted tool to adapt into this. Now, I would like to also say how Leatrix, the company which have built all of this ecosystem, came into being. There was a lot of times where I used to feel myself, my personal experience, where I wanted this system to be there. I used to see my friends comparing marks, comparing evaluations. There used to be a word where they say certain colleges are strict in evaluations and certain colleges are lenient in evaluations. This disparity. Not only that, even Vice Chancellor was mentioning that in UPSC examinations, they ask for CGPs. Now, CGPAs in certain autonomous colleges are given gracefully, but in certain other colleges, it's very difficult to get 8 CGPA. But then when you go to UPSC or such a competitive examination, or even for masters abroad, they ask you for the CGPA cutoff. Now, how can you say that the students studying from XYZ college and ABC college are graded in the same manner? They have different question papers, different evaluation methods. There is different faculty. Sometimes it's autonomous, sometimes it's university based. So all of these disparities can be made consistent if AI-based evaluation is introduced. And this is what I personally felt while studying in university. I used to see a lot of students complaining unnecessarily. They used to say, "Oh, you are getting good marks because your handwriting is good, not because you have the grasp of the subject." So all these things, all these speculations will be vanished if AI-based evaluations come into play. And I'm also aware that there will be certainly a lot of resistance, and I can understand that coming from people who have been into this evaluation system for almost 30, 40 years, grading the papers manually on screen. The idea of AI taking over and doing the evaluations for you is a little not welcome. I understand that. And that is why we offer the free pilot free demo so that you can better see hands-on experience with your own answer sheets, with your own students' answer sheets, so that you can understand how this will fit into the industry. So I hope I could clarify a few questions which were unspoken. So if there is any other question which came into mind, I'm more than happy to raise. Okay. So if there is anything else, you can always contact me. Our email ID is at follow. Okay. Thank you very much.
You can scan QR code.
email number? Email number? Mail ఉందా?
ఏం లేదు సార్ వాట్సాప్ చేసుకోవాలి.
నేను నేను
దీంట్లో
వాట్సాప్ అది అప్లై చేసేది మెయిల్ ఉందా ఇది?
మెయిల్ ఏం లేదు సార్ వాట్సాప్ చేసుకోవాలి.
వాట్సాప్ చేస్తారా? Directory is opening. Sinha Sen. Directory. మన శ్రీనివాసులు శ్రీనివాసేనమ్మా డైరెక్టర్ అండర్స్టూడ్ డైరెక్టర్ అండర్స్టూడ్ అండర్స్కోర్ ఏసీ ఇట్ సిబిఐడి డాట్ ఏసీ క్యాపిటల్ స్మాల్ ఏసీ ఎట్ 2021.
But
ఇలాంటి అకౌంట్
Now coming to the last session of this Monday workshop. This regard, I invite Professor D. Kamakshi Prasad Garu, Senior Professor, Department of CSE, JNU West, Hyderabad. I request sir to come on to the dais. Now I request Fidros to present his application.
Thanks, sir. Excellent.
Sir is currently serving as Senior Professor of Computer Science and Director Academic and Planning. And he has 33 years of teaching and research experience. He is BTech, MTech, and PhD degrees from KSC City College of Engineering and IIT Madras. From KG as Assistant Professor in 1992 and was subsequently promoted to the positions of Associate Professor, and Senior Professor in his subsequent years. He has held various administrative roles within the university, including additional controller of exams, coordinator of technical, head of department of CSE, controller of exams, director of innovative technologies, director of evaluation, principal, KUH University College of Engineering, Jagitiya, director R&D cell, and chairperson of the Board of Studies for CSE and CSE allied branches. Currently, he is serving JNU as Director Academic and Planning. He has been actively involved as a member of Board of Studies, academic councils and governing bodies of several autonomous and non-autonomous colleges affiliated with JNU and other universities. He has also served as the Visitors President of India nominee for the Executive Council of Manu, Hyderabad, and as a board member of the School of Computer and Information Sciences at Hyderabad Central University. In recognition of his contributions, he received the Telangana Government State Teacher Award in the year 2020. His research interests encompass a wide range of areas, including quantum computing, machine learning, data mining, and speech and image processing. He has successfully supervised 34 PhD candidates and 3 MS degree holders, while currently guiding 6 more PhD research scholars. Today's sir will speak on the enforcement of quality parameters in the evaluation.
Lights on.
Light.
Right. Yeah. Jagrata.
Point.
So this topic, examinations, reforms, and maybe are very close to my heart. I recently learned examination from nearly about 10 minutes. In various responsibilities like additional control of exams, then control of examinations, and then director of evaluation. I have been involved in various examination related documented activities.
పాయింటర్ సెట్ కావాలి ఇటు పట్టుకో చెప్తా
And continue 3 years, 2018. And then we see examination branch also creating from the enrollment to the degree. all the activities are taken up, all the automation, software related activities have been taken by the university examination branch. We have not also, we haven't outsourced any aspect. And, every time some new, figures are added to the existing, and that is how. So, I will be talking for, the, giving this. I want to, okay. In the evening of India, conditions to various capacities, and I believe we have from Chinese colleges, most of the colleges. So, from morning to evening, okay, there's a lot of concepts, justifications, processes. So, the question will not be confined to the topic that I am choosing here. If you have any general interest topic of examinations, I am willing. So, first, I will finish my presentation. 30 minutes, and then we will have the 20 minutes. So, see, there are very important quotations about our education standards. Assessment standards. So, if you want to along the education system, neglect the assessment system, that is an issue. That will have its own that. So, something evaluation. Is a systematic process of assessing learning outcomes. Remember, it is not mere assessing the learning outcomes. Systematic process. That's why in the NEP document or any other new regulations issued by the AICTE and UGC, they are focusing on a systematic approach. So it includes continuous evaluation, various other internal assessment techniques. All these things are within that it's a systematic process. And the goal is to attain outcomes. See, the second measures knowledge, skills, attitude, and competence. Okay, in fact, this slide gives you a distinction between examinations and evaluation. They both say examinations and evaluation are same or not? Not. Probably examinations, examining leads with the first two parameters, knowledge and skills. Probably knowledge is assessed in theoretical semester exams and internal examinations. It's still assessed in the laboratory component. But the other components are important. I get to competency. Okay, whether he is a team player, team contributor, okay, that is reflected in writing goal, and then competency, only that is the problem, real world problem. So all these things are part of evaluation. So other times we okay, subset superset relationship we take, the examination is part of evaluation.
So you see, if your assessment is not fulfilling all the components of the assessment, then it is not that's not an evaluation. That is only examination. See, remember, the third provides feedback for improvement. Feedback for improvement is invariably a characteristic of every system, remember, not only for examinations, but it is true for examinations. Remember, we have been following the feedback system everywhere, but most of the times we are doing with the feedback, we are diverting that feedback to the concern section. Feedback, definition, remember, funny thing is, suppose a student complains about an individual teacher or individual examination teacher. That is particular individual. It is the most funniest thing. Okay. Feedback system is not seeking explanation from an individual system. It is an investigation. Unless the feedback is perceived in that perspective, it will not contribute from the intelligence of the system. I don't see it is a problem with one individual institution. You can do this everywhere. There are grievance redressals. Okay, whatever grievances are received, those things the concern section. Feedback system is useful in two fronts, two aspects. First one is that feedback needs to be analyzed to define the policies. That is the first one. Second one, that feedback is to be considered as a ingredient for investigation. Okay. Otherwise, what happens? The effectiveness of feedback system will be not. When I was in the examination branch, the director of evaluation, we introduced a portal called student grievance portal, faculty grievance portals. And just to believe it, those feedback systems have helped us to refine our system. We have not done a postman duty. Okay, if it is complained against some X, so we haven't sent that to some X. What is the use? Okay, it is sending to X and asking his explanation, he will give a polished explanation, and it cycle will be closed, but that will not solve the problem. So feedback, remember, any system, if you want to honestly improve the system, we must honestly take the feedback and honestly process the feedback. Honestly processing of in what two ways? Evolving our policies, number one. Number two, carrying out the investigation. Okay. Wherein, see, whatever punishment, whatever the thing we give is secondary matter, but we should consider the people who imagine that they are wrongdoing. So this is very important for government. Systems improve this feedback only. That it is a engineering system, not social system, or administrative system. So need for quality parameters. What are the need? Issues, fairness and transparency. Okay, these are very important. Assessment particularly is very important. It need to be fair and the procedures need to be transparent. And very important point. So if the review students assessment and the awarded marks will give
more or less same. It must be within an error of part, okay, plus or minus some E. And reflected in the channel evaluation, evaluation, decounting, all these things are zero. That is an indication for credible evaluation. So as an officer of examinations, remember, should not suppress the people. Okay, should not threaten. Somebody applies for CV, challenge evaluation, should not okay, okay, criticize him. But by following all democratic procedures, evaluation cases are less. That is one okay, compliment in examination. Non-driving factors, there are many evaluation company and applications. That is a negative. So quality parameters. These are some quality parameters. Quality, reliability, objectivity in progress, and syntax. Let us see. Validity deals with the pre-examination part. Say, we are designing a question paper, our assessment system, broadly assessment system, evaluation system. That evaluation system must be such that it must fulfill the course outcomes. Are you following? So, whether the assessment involves conducting examination or not, if conducting examination is what kind of questions need to be prepared, initial examination, what are the other aspects in the continuous internal evaluation. These things are part of this particular. So what are the things alignment with course outcomes? So remember, if that course outcome warrants, expects you to conduct an examination, you have to conduct it. If that course outcome is really primarily focusing on some other aspect like skill, attitude, okay, you should, your assessment procedure must be aligned with the with what we have. So, it is not all the times conducting of examination suits a particular okay, course or its outcomes. This is important. Blueprint based question paper design. Okay, we are not doing business. We are not doing this nowadays. Okay, here examination use first build the question paper update. So, but now we are preparing a complete table structure and when rules actually level cap everything. So that is equal assessment. And of course, this is very important thing. And then now, paper moderator, expert has to review the paper. Okay, whether are the questions from complete. So moderation, remember again, whatever parameter we consider here, honesty and integrity are very important parameters. Of course, here, there is an involvement of an expert who is not the paper setter. And most of the times, this expert happens to be a colleague or a teacher, subject teacher, who might have handled the subject in the same semester. Okay. Sometimes the permutations, combinations, such that you cannot avoid, okay, your own colleague from moderation. So here, role playing is very important. He is now playing two roles. Number one, teaching, and then moderation on the question paper. Okay, he should be. So dialogue issue with the students is very, very important.
Sometimes what the teachers do, they deliberately do it within the syllabus, so they discard the question because okay, it may impact the overall result and it may in turn degrade his grade or grading. Replace it with a okay, easy question. Okay, that is also not ethical. Okay, that means you trusted a teacher to set the question paper and by changing the one question with an easy question, that means you are dishonoring you. You are not honoring the question paper set. Okay. So this and reliability. Reliability what is reliable? Graduation must be consistent across evaluators with the time, consistent with the time. So, consistent with time is now we evaluate the 3 months, you have to evaluate the same paper with the marginal error, both the times it should be the same result. If you evaluate some X, evaluate Y, evaluate all the 3 evaluations which you consistently. That is very, very important. This consistency is very important. That is called reliability system. How the reliability is achieved? This is what we do. Training the evaluators. This part of evaluation, we should schedule a day with how we evaluators who are going to be adopted to the evaluation. We can conduct the reading like this. And then we should reiterate once again. And we should see the scheme and the scheme. Remember, it's not that I have done 10 times evaluation, I don't have to attend the orientation session every time. Because remember, every time you are attending this orientation session is important. See, you are taking a examination. You must have received some constructive feedback. And in that constructive feedback, sessions are meant for evaluators. If you don't conduct this meeting, okay, commencement of the examinations, you have to designate this kind of knowledge that is not possible. No, remember, no system is static. Every time, we commit huge challenges. Okay, these challenges which are not faced by earlier times. So that's why this orientation session is important. I don't say it is a orientation session of 12 today, even 1 hour of afternoon. That is important. And then standardization is important. Then only and groupings and the student nice rubrics and department. Yes, so okay, also get how in answer to be okay, divided into based on the very important. Traditional analysis of results means, see, the assumption, suppose there are 1,000 papers. You are involving the altogether 15 it is assumed that all the average behavior, the average writing abilities, so all the 1,000 students is welcome. And each subsequent 100 students is also uniform. It is only exemption. The exemptions need not be mandated numbers. Then if you papers evaluated by a teacher, you consider the average and almost these parameters must be consistent with the remaining.
it is not so, that means one evaluation is level, one evaluation is low. Okay. Okay, then when the goal of eligibility is not. Okay, so remember, if the same teacher is assigned the cover subject, and in that subject also, his average mark is more than other qualifiers. That means he is generous. Also, he is a legal. So some two differences. Therefore, the quality of communication is see here, objectivity and fairness. Freedom from examiner. So remember, awareness of examiner is infinite. We are all biotic people. Okay. If somebody makes in the lines of my thinking, I give full marks. This bias is more in social sciences. You know, social sciences are like this sociology, anthropology, psychology, history, civics, all subjects are there. Schools of suppose the school of thought, the evaluator and the student are okay, aligned. Okay, all the narrations are identical to his results and which so you will give full mark. Contrary pictures you give okay low mark. But for that bias in engineering sciences, possibility is yes. Even though there is there is a problem. Okay, it's a design problem. You expect the student to give a particular narration that's but the other one student gives a different approach. It will also eventually lead to the answer. But you think that is wrong or that is irrational or it is okay. In the serious and all these things. And you will be discriminatingly so this is that's what all these points should be discussed in the evaluators meeting. Okay. Fairness. This is very important, you know. In fact, we are all learning that. Suppose you see you conduct an examination. Okay, for first few students, we take for Viva examination 15 minutes each. And then, okay, and by the time 12 hours time is exhausted, half of the students will. Okay, then we give only 2 minutes for each. Remember. So what will happen? The highly engaged okay, is given 2 minutes for assessment. Certainly, and the grade is also reflected. Okay, because we focus on 2 questions, so he did not perform well and you awarded low grade. Although he is meritorious competent student, it is a injustice. So that's why we must have a thorough examination, particularly for nonsense. It's nice now that total a number to be studied. Plus or minus 1 minute. We should not okay exceed that. So that's how we should have a plan. Okay, unless we go that meticulous way, okay, it will lead to the moving the states, you know, every time, okay, that company we go to assessment, okay, but correction examination. Inclusive practices. What is the inclusive? Inclusive means student should be made as in the assessment. Suppose you see we show the first midterm examination papers to all the students, but hardly we get an opportunity in midterm examination papers. The students will be affected by exams. They are busy in immunization and So you should plan. See, remember, that is inclusiveness. So the student, remember, that conducting examination is not only the it is not part of learning. So when we are not doing the evaluated answer script, okay, we are denying him learning part. Learning from his mistakes. Okay, so when we are conducting simulated examinations, also we should have a plan to show the answers to the student. Transparency and accountability. Remember, this is one domain where okay, there are serious allegations about the examination. Clear communication of criteria and procedures. Particularly, see, we should choose our students so in the internal examination section. See, while coming to the class and evaluating, we must first find out, okay, what is the answer for each question, and also we should go spell out the movies. If you write this much part, it will be you can expect 2 marks. Right? So that if that clear, that complete picture is in mind, and when you issue the answer script, you will be relating in explanation with the awarded marks, and you will be punished. That is important. Remember, we will this is also this this element will actually be changed and raising this point. They interested this one to one examination from PCs. And continuous to and eventually some few questions were wrong. So what is it? What is the what in our system? What we do? We track it to the chapter section. So if you have four chapter sectors, we will drill down to the individual sector contact the question and we will make it accountable. That is a traditional practice. But unfortunately, okay, that phenomenon was hidden. Eventually, publisher distribution. Okay, now like that, the whole system capacity to evaluation of the marks and the issue of degree. On every goal, you must assign somebody that must be regarded, that must be reserved for a reasonably good amount of time. So okay, this particular person is responsible. That is important. And accountability makes the system. If it is equal to a group of people and no individual is accountable, then it will be leading to determination. So, reward punishment for evaluators. This is important. Punishment means I don't mean okay, termination from service or getting money or something. A symbolic punishment. For example, you see. Large number of students reevaluation, maybe one not. So that means it's a key indication for okay, poor evaluation. So then there must be a symbolic, suppose if you are paying a remuneration of 25 rupees per student, probably he cut down 5 rupees from his 10 cases. So in fact 50 rupees from his remuneration. See, remember all the teachers are very sensitive people. Okay. Whether it is a punishment of symbolic nature or big punishment, it hurts us. Okay. Because if the teacher comes out of the class and the students say you are then it is a great compliment. Similarly, and similarly, okay, if there are no devaluations, okay, then that is also it is not overall.
So like that, we can, so remember, all these programs need to be evaluated once the examination results are published. That will help. So in fact, we need to use the data of examinations after the declaration for quality improvement. What measures need to be taken for improvement of the quality and what kind of reform policies need to be changed. Whether we can be established or not, or okay, a particular subject should be assigned, should not be assigned. All these things will be, all these inferences can be drawn from the all these analytics. Yeah, enforcement measure. Program for misleading complaints. This is very important. Remember one thing. Earlier I told about the reevaluation challenge evaluation. They are not the only metrics. Some students are there. Some students are there. They expected 50 out of 60, but only 40 are important. Okay, he is not interested in revaluation because it is an expensive promotion. Number two, okay, so that makes no big difference. So moving time was in subject. So, but there will be some dissatisfaction is mine. If you give a provision for feedback, then you will simply write, okay, so it's not fair. So at the end of the semester, before commencement of the so you take the feedback and initially okay about the teachers in the simpler manner. There must be a feedback coming from okay after evaluation yes after research. Actually, use evaluation balance. Okay, Margaret has it all the feedback. Designing a feedback system. In the use Google form, okay, Google survey is very I don't know expect so and market. We don't have to allocate what's not in the exam in the timetable. We send students to the feedback program. No, it's all not required. It should be any social media, okay, media. So, but that will help. Okay, a simple complaint will help. If you want to segregate all the cases, starting from individual user services, about the subject, about the so the categorization will take the complaints into and put them in. So that's how you can make that easy. Lot of technology, many teachers, many teachers must have considered this point. So, this is a very important thing. Okay, automated posting the multiple times. So, what is the which is this can all the schools. It's a people like yes, it's a invention evaluation. The teacher will not consider it. Instead, it will be available on the so it includes the professionalization. There will no complete problems. There will be no any people evaluation platforms. This is very important. Very important. Colleges bundle wise compared. As the values is in progress, the control panel will be used by the control of examinations. And okay, so next evaluation provided one bundle of 40 papers. Out of them, this many fail, this many teams. And what about the same subject by other teachers? And find the numbers. If they are not, if they are consistent in this evaluation, and that evaluation, number of weeks are consistent, he can ignore. Otherwise, you want to evaluator, it's a huge number, and then evaluator small number. You need to, apply your vigilance. You can, because it's online, it's instantaneous, report. You can, ask you to meet, the key point exam. And then, you can, who is, which is data counseling. Suppose if he still, goes with his stand, let him, but including the observation. So this kind of vigilance while doing evaluation is very important. See, once the evaluation is done, if the evaluation one is a complete, it's a post-market, it will have very little impact. So this is another important technique. Second one, very important practice. You see here, there are a few students, distinction students. They completed 3 years, semester. In none of the 6 semesters, he failed. And all 7th semester, he failed. There are 50% chances for poor performance, 50% chances for wrong evaluation. So in which case, what we do, we can know, it is just 1 lab before declaration of results. We will be knowing the entire abilities. And then like that, if you find more such cases, then you need to carry out, you need to reevaluate the entire body. In fact, the kinds of problems happen in JIT. Remember, what happens, out of 2,000 evaluators, 1 evaluator do some wrong evaluation. The entire class, that too class like MDIT and EVRIT, fail in a subject. And they don't have any plan, saying that it is sufficient because the students pass and no subjects accept this subject. We, without something, we carry out the reevaluation. And the opinion of this one is nice. And in fact, most of the students have changed. So that means what I mean to say, that kind of situations can be anticipated well before declaration of results by carrying out some kinds of analytics. It is very much possible. At the same time, we must maintain the confidentiality. We must not reveal the identity of the students. So here, the control of examinations need to play a very sensitive role. But this is possible. Remember, quality is the most important parameter. Then only students or other stakeholders will have confidence in the system. Yeah, quality assurance mechanisms. Moderation of question paper. We already discussed. And double evaluation is important. You see, it is what is the kind of evaluation followed in CET? See, double evaluation, remember, that though it is a little bit expensive. Any quantitative initiative will have a cost. But you don't have to pay that little. You can increase the examination fee by another 200 rupees, that is sufficient. But remember, evaluation, see, all the human errors can be comprehensively attended by carrying into anonymous evaluation. So, see, when the system is adopting double evaluation, and if the teachers know that double evaluator is there, if I am doing the wrong evaluation, it will be caught by the system. He will be in a regulated form. He will be not going to take it. And remember double evaluation and averaging when the change the exceeds threshold going for power evaluation and then taking the best 2 differences from lowest from the 2 differences and taking averaging of useful subjects. All these methods are very. So, independent external audits are also very important. Whether that is evaluating, PSO evaluation. All these things are possible in the online evaluation. Suppose you see, bundle of party, if a teacher evaluates in 1 hour, so that means he has not learned every case. Are you following? So that means all those signatures are okay. There is a provision to resolve the chronological events. Along with the posted marks, time of posting also can be preserved. By doing so, we can okay, carry out some analytics in. So remember, such incidents need to be covered as and when it happens. Immediately, the flow manager or the central control of examination should go to the particular teacher and function. Very important. Remember, the final stakeholder feedback is in stakeholder means even parents also of stakeholder, not only students. Okay. So you should need to be system. Remember, only best way for perfection of a system is receiving feedback and okay, absorbing that particular feedback in the right system. Okay. First one is systems. So, suppose the one is to the connection. Comparing him to the which was constrained. That's how it double but okay, remember if it is a digital evaluation, people's concern about double valuation is the timelines, meeting timelines. If it is double valuation, timelines cannot be met. That is the concern. So since it is a double evaluation, we can scale up the activity and we can do the evaluation parallel. It will not have any impact. Same thing.
Next month, we're going to have
Next month.
report of the last
Google లో పెడతా అంటే
okay, we are to be discussed
Add a లేక
handling of the scheme of
last
use of technology.
లేదు లేదు.
Use of technology for avoiding applicants as well as those bring them not of analytics.
ఇది అయిపోయి
Review of the evaluations. As I mentioned, evaluation procedures need to be periodically reviewed based on the feedback and continuous quality assurance. A phrase will be used. What is that by those but by this looks like okay. Okay, flexibility in processes and delivering outcomes. Economy in implementation of accountability. Quality evaluation is essential. Okay, for implementation activities. We have seen and second one, analysis of quality parameters. And then continuous improvement ensures meaningful. So, okay, summary of my presentation. Any questions?
thanks.
Yeah, few questions because we have I invite questions. He did not confine the questions to quality parameters. Might not general challenges to encounter by
conducting examinations, making examinations. Any questions, sir? Can you? What is your opinion on the didactic? You know, artificial, now we see it is recognizing handwritten is possible with occupation and then once that is done, understanding of the answer to the student, analytic method available. So using the handwritten information followed by syntactic and semantic corrections followed by understanding the semantics within the answer. And then comparing with the reference answer. And based on the design, based on the kind of design, based on the rubrics that we set to the system, it will award the marks. So these all these kinds of things are not available. Not available. Now, what I suggest you, if you want to keep going towards the graduation, you can proceed to the validation by dedicating the second validation to artificial intelligence. And remember, artificial intelligence based solution is consistent based on the rubrics that we read, it will award the marks. So, if for any particular student, marks awarded by the teacher, marks awarded by the AI, there is a huge disparity. You can carry out the re-evaluation of only those few scripts, okay, before declaring the results. And that is how, okay, we can now eliminate the gross violations in the evaluation. That is how artificial intelligence can be used. I hope you understood. See, in case of double evaluation, one evaluation by the teacher, another evaluation by the AI. To compare the marks, wherever there is which is more than the threshold, so evaluate those scripts once again and see whether whether the AI is wrong or evaluate is wrong. If the AI is wrong, then you need to retry the AI. If the evaluate is wrong, you should address this to the party. So that's how AI is really handy. Okay, by doing so, we can avoid double valuation. So in case of double valuation, the second evaluation will be carried out by you. But what I suggest is we should not completely rely on AI. Group is always human group is always better. So the way you have explained your answer should be interpret that. Digital evaluation will be disappearing in a couple of years, and AI will take over. Human in loop. Digital evaluation does not mean AI evaluation, but AI evaluation and digitalization is a consistent. Okay, so what are the advantages with the digital evaluation? Suppose if you want to preserve the concept NPS, it is very easy to store the digital version of the answer paper.
and if there is a court case, you want to retrieve the answer, okay, it is very easy. So these are all the very good features of design. But remember, see, the artificial intelligence solutions are not matured that well. And okay, we as teachers do not accept the teachers be replaced by artificial intelligence. That's why, I'm not saying it is a good solution. I am saying it's a supplement. It's an augmented solution that will help to augment the quality initiatives. Thank you.
Extend our sincere gratitude, Professor Kamochi, for sharing valuable insights on importance of maintaining quality, fairness, transparency, and consistency in the evaluation process. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Krishnamani Madam, Vice Principal, Academics, and COE.
Which chapter available? Note of the discuss. Choose.
Good evening, everyone. Here we come, the conclusion moments of this interesting workshop. So I now request Mr. Suresh Pujus, Director ACCOE, present to this workshop.
Good evening. Good evening. Respected Senior staff from this guiding department. COE and also discussion. Directors, components, heads of departments, and prospects. So very good evening, all of you. It's my pleasure to summarize, submit a brief report on the today's deliberations. So the workshop witnessed enthusiastic participation from academic administrators, control of examinations, organizations, and quality assurance professionals from various higher institutions. The evaluation went on very well. Professor C.V. Narasimhan, principal, welcomed the gathering and highlighted the importance and maintaining quality, transparency, and in exam systems. He emphasized the role of assessment and evaluation in ensuring academic excellence and student success. Professor Krishnamani addressed the gathering and stressed the need for continuous reforms and adoption of best practices in the examination management. I myself stated the objectives of this program and outlined the various sections of this workshop. and the chief guest, Senior Professor, he delivered the inaugural address. He emphasized the importance of academic integrity, transparency, externally enabled examination process, and continuous innovations in assessment systems. He appreciated CVIT for ongoing a timely and relevant workshop on the subject of national importance and intelligence institutions to adopt robust and student-centric evaluation mechanisms. And the guest of honor, Dr. Devesh Nigam, Registrar of University of Hyderabad, addressed the participants. He highlighted the transformative changes taking place in higher education. Higher education, he emphasized the need for outcome-based and student-centric approaches in examination reforms. He also delivered a thought-provoking session on a paradigm shift in examination reforms in higher education institutions in India. He elaborated on policy level changes, digital transformation, and evolving role of assessment in achieving educational outcomes. And the next session followed by Professor P. Krishnan, Title of Examinations of University of Usman University. He delivered a talk on exam reforms, current practices, and future directions. He discussed contemporary examination reforms, challenges faced by universities, and future directions for enhancing reliability, transparency, efficiency in examination systems. And third section by Mr. Mustafa Yalamas of Usman University, CEO of Orientex Private Limited, presented the session on next generation assessment, enhancing trust, quality, and efficiency with AI. He demonstrated how AI can support secure, scalable, and efficient assessment systems while maintaining fairness and academic integrity. The fourth session, Mr. Srikanth of Campex delivered an informative presentation on digital evaluation, standard operating procedures, advantages, and challenges. A special framework of digital evaluation systems, their benefits, implementation requirements, and associated challenges. And the last session by Senior Professor B. Kamakshi Prasad Garu. He addressed the participant on enforcement of quality parameters in evaluation. Just now we listened to him. He emphasized the importance of standardization, moderation, and transparency and quality assurance mechanisms, parameters in evaluation process to ensure fairness and consistency. And finally, the one-day national workshop successfully achieved its objective of fostering discussions on quality enhancement, examination reforms, digital transformation, and academic integrity in higher education. The deliberations and determinations emerging from the workshop are expected to contribute significantly to strengthening examination and evaluation systems in higher institutions. The AEC and CPIT expresses its sincere gratitude to the chief guest of honor, resource persons, participants, president of CPIT management members, principal, organizing committee members, and all those who involved directly or indirectly in making this workshop a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for today's session. Now, I wish to present the valuable feedback from participants that will help us to organize things more days. Please come forward to give the constructive.
Very briefly to all the dignitaries of the dance and all the members. I, Vinod Babu, thanks to Governor Bonnet and the examination coordinator, really congratulates the events, and I wish that in the coming years,
It should not be a national workshop, but it should be international workshop. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Participants from outside colleges. Now I request the co-convener in the workshop, the vice principal, is the Srinivini madam, to address the. Yeah. Very good evening to you all. Some of you have had sessions this morning. The very hectic schedule, these days getting permission from the colleges more than one day is also very difficult. That's the reason we arranged all the 5 or 6 sessions, including demonstration, in one single day. On this occasion, I'm just recollecting one of the Subhashitalu. Every time our Divangata President, ex-president, V.N. Reddy garu used to say, one will be very apt for this, one among them. ఒక గంట ఒక మేధావితో కాలక్షేపం 100 పుస్తకాలు చదివినంత ఫలితం. So, congratulations to all of you. You've got an opportunity to spend time with eminent personalities. Since morning, you might have seen our speech proposal efforts in drawing the speakers from various universities, making very apt talks related to examinations, assessments, and again evaluation and reforms, the present and as well as the future trends and all. It's not that easy. You might have attended many workshops on latest technologies, FDPs, STDPs and all. But when we were given this particular task, I was really afraid of doing this. But Sinish Babu has shown, he has demonstrated his experience and he has demonstrated his capability and again networking that he had with other people and all in his entire 40 years plus service and all. He has 40 years plus service in this CBD office. Congratulations to the entire team. This has done in a very meticulous manner, and everybody has done their job as per plan, and excellently they have demonstrated their managerial skills and all for organizing this. And I thank our management, principal sir, and our own team, and all the participants and their managements for making this event a grand success. And one feedback form will be circulated to you in the online. I think fill up that if you have any education. Directly. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request our chief guest of this celebratory function, Professor B. Tamashu Gupta, to address the gathering.
నమస్కారం. ఇప్పుడు కృష్ణయ్య గారు ఒక ఇన్సిడెంట్ చెప్పారు. ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు చెప్పండి. అది విశ్వామిత్రుడు వశిష్ఠుడి దగ్గరికి వస్తాడు. మరి సేపు ఒక సంవత్సరం పనిచేస్తున్నాను. బుక్స్ తీసుకొని వెళ్తాను కదా, అలాగే విశ్వామిత్రుడు వచ్చిన వేరే తీసుకురావాలి కదా.
ఏం తీసుకొచ్చాడు ఏమి ఇచ్చాడంటే వశిష్ఠుడికి 1000 సంవత్సరాల తపస్సుని గిఫ్ట్ గా ఇచ్చాడు దారపోసాడు. అప్పుడు విశ్వామిత్రుడు అడుగుతాడు వశిష్ఠుడిని, మరి నువ్వు నాకేం ఇస్తావు? వశిష్ఠుడు ఏమంటాడంటే, మనం ఇచ్చిన గంట సత్సాంగం యొక్క ఫలితాన్ని నీకు ఇస్తున్నాను. నేను 1000 ఏళ్ళు ఇస్తే నువ్వు గంట ఇస్తావా? ఆ గంట ఈ 1000 ఏళ్ళ కంటే చాలా ఉపయుక్తమైనది. అంటే వాళ్ళిద్దరి ఇంకా సంవాదం వస్తుంది. బ్రహ్మ దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు, నాకు నేను కాదు కాంపిటెంట్ పర్సన్ అంటే శివుడి దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు, అక్కడ కాదంటే విష్ణువు దగ్గరికి వెళ్తారు. విష్ణు అని చెప్తారంటే నేను కూడా కాదు, ఈ భూగోళాన్ని చూసుకున్నా ఆయన చెప్తారంటే చెప్తారు. ఎవరి పుణ్యం అయితే ఎక్కువ వాళ్ళ ఆ పుణ్యం ఈ భూగోళాన్ని నిలబెడుతుంది అంటే ఏళ్ళలో నిలబడుతుంది. ఈ గంట సత్సాంగం నిలబెడుతుంది. కాబట్టి ఇద్దరు ఎన్లైటెండ్ పీపుల్ కూర్చొని ఒక మంచి విషయం మాట్లాడుకుంటే దాని ఫలితము అంత ఎక్కువ. సో వెరీ హ్యాపీ టుడే. Yeah, see, one surprise thing is, I expected a lot of enthusiasm because see, you are all practitioners. You are not pure theoretical persons. Because you are implementing examinations, you will have a lot of practical challenges. I expected many questions, but probably due to time constraint, you might have constrained yourself. And remember, our examination branch duty is a thankless job. If everything goes smoothly, no one rewards us, no one appreciates us. But if one injustice to one individual student is done, as if the entire system collapsed, everyone shouts. Okay, so we have to bear all these hardships while working. And okay, but this is just like for a marriage function to be successful, the food section has to be very good. Like that, for academics to run very effectively, our examination branch should run very effectively. So this is, and we are chosen to remember. There are 100 faculty members. Everyone will not be given this assignment. Only, okay, few selected, few chosen few will be interested in this one. So we all belong to that segment. So okay, we are working for a cause. We are working. It's not just to managing acting. We have to really work in the field. We need to use this. So I wish the whole day deliberations are very useful and helpful. Someday to performance in your respective places. I wish you all the best, and we thank our leaders for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for reminding the hardships of the examination branch. Now I request Vice Principal, Co-Convener and Convener, Sir Swechhogumi, sir, to felicitate our chief guest, Kamashi Prasad, sir. Thank you. So coming to the end of the session, vote of thanks by Dr. K. Vinay Kumar Reddy, sir, ACO, CBA.
Senior Professor B. Kamashi Prasad, sir. Madam Krishnaveni, Professor Quickly, and Vice Principal Engineers. And COE. Today's co-convener, Professor Suresh Pogoju, sir, Director AEC COE. Also, convener of this technique. Distinguished speakers, faculty members, participants, and guests. On behalf of Academic and Examination Cell, Controller of Exams, CBOE, it is my privilege to propose vote of thanks on this occasion of national workshop. Before proceeding further, I would like to mention our sincere gratitude to the management of CBIT for unwavering support, encouragement, and commitment to academic excellence. I would like to make a special mention of our respected principal, Professor P. Sir, for his leadership, inspiration, and steadfast support in making this event a reality. I would like to thank Professor Noina, Vice Principal, Co-Convener of this workshop for valuable guidance and support. The special appreciation goes to Professor Suraj Karu, Convener, whose dedicated efforts and meticulous planning ensure the successful conduct of this program. Thank you, sir. I gratefully acknowledge the speakers and resource persons today's workshop. Professor Shekshkant, Professor V. Kamachi Professor, Mr. Mustafa Mukti, Sri Srikanth Ennavakadaru, for accepting our invitation and to deliver their thoughts and experiences. The important thing that we missed is our Vice Chancellor, who missed the inaugural function as a chief guest, and then Registrar of Central University of Hyderabad, Sri Devish Nigamji, as a guest of honor. Then my sincere thanks to are also due to all the participants from various institutions. I hope your enthusiastic involvement will prove beneficial to all the participants by enhancing the knowledge, skills, and technical. I also extend my appreciation to members of AEC and CBOE, organizing committee, faculty coordinators, technical teams, administrative staff, student volunteers, support staff, and their tireless effort behind the scenes. The thanks are also due to the print and electronic. Thank you all.
Now I request the dignitaries on the dais and all the participants of the dais to stand for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Request for the participants.
Vinay sir.
So the dais to point for the group photo.
Vinay sir.
Before we disperse from the hall, I request all the participants to assemble